True peace, true peace, true peace. Peacemakers, Islam, Islam, Islam. Happy holy day. I hope you all enjoying your Friday. Hope everyone's enjoying their Friday. We are going to get things going for this week. First thing first, I want to give honors to the divine creator, Subhanahu wa ta'ala, El Kalam, the all in all, the Elohim, Atemta, whatever you want to make reference to the divine creator as. I want to give honors to the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, peace be upon him. I want to give honors to those that came before the prophet, Deuce Ali, the harbinger, Honorable Marcus Garvey. I want to give honors to those that came after the prophet, Elijah Muhammad, the master teacher, Dr. Malachi York L, Hakeem Bey, CM Bey, and many, many others that came after the prophet. I want to give honors to everyone that'll be here in participation tonight. You can be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, Great Sheik, Dr. Lawiy. I want to give honors to all things indigenous, all things Moorish. And with that, we're going to jump into tonight's holy day. Happy holy day, Brother Jonathan. I see you. True peace. Happy holy day. And let's get it started. So as y'all know, as we do all the time, to the best of our abilities, we do our parliamentary opening. So we're going to open up with our divine supplication. O Heavenly One, the Most High, who is sustainer of all the worlds, we do accept the duty you have laid on us to clean up the filth made by the West and its non-submitting fools. O my sustainer, we beseech you to keep your hand over us to control the streams of the courses of our lives. Our sustainer, and if we do wrong, please show thy divine blessings and forgiveness on us. You are the only one that can raise us true followers of the news bearers, and in thy name we carry on. All right, y'all. So we're gonna open up with our affirmations. Gonna open things up with our family affirmations. And we're gonna get things going here. Not too sure why the affirmations won't work for me on here. So I gotta pull them up from here. Must have messed it up when I had all the maps going. Had to delete some apps from the device, y'all. So we're gonna jump right into our weekly affirmations. As they are called, what we accept is fact. The daily affirmation of loyalty of the children of the children of the Elohim. And as they state, we accept this fact, the eternal laws of nature as revealed through science, past events, logic, and common sense, revealed as right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We accept this fact, the highest laws of nature is the cooperation and harmony of all living things. We accept this fact, our way of life, as a means to the best end. We accept this fact that loyalty is the greatest of all honors and treason is the worst of all crimes. We accept this fact that what is good for the Holy Tabernacle is the highest virtue, and what is bad for the Holy Tabernacle is the ultimate evil. We accept this fact that the Holy Tabernacle is the finest and noblest organization for all humanity, created by circumstances, and the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek is the noblest of fraternities on and above this planet. We accept this fact that creativity, love, and cooperation are the essence of success. We accept this fact that truth and facts are always and has always been the originator and creator of all success. We accept this fact that all worthwhile cultures and civilizations came about from the ancient Sumerians and Kamite Egyptians and the Anunnaki, or Elohims from the heavens, without which there would be none. We accept this fact that for the Holy Tabernacle to survive, expand, and advance, we need, first of all, a revolution of values and thoughts, which must start within each person by being truthful with themselves and about themselves. Therefore, we completely and categorically reject all myths, fictions, religions, and lies that have not been proven. That would include your heavens, your hell, your hellfire and brimstones, your horn and pitchfork devils, your winged angels, and your old man God character sitting on a throne up there somewhere. We deal strictly with facts. If you can't prove it, we don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean we won't listen to you. Just don't expect us to accept your beliefs by virtue of a title such as Reverend, Pastor, Deacon, Imam, Sheik, Rabbi, Minister, Theologian, etc. That is your sensationalism, and we deal with just the facts. We accept this fact that the only true revolution is a war of good against evil, right against wrong, fairness against unfairness, loyalty against disloyalty, sincerity against insincerity, honesty against dishonesty. And this wars fall within each person among the agreeable and disagreeable Elohims that make up your willpower. We accept this fact that the unity of our community and its success will only happen with cooperation with all involved. We accept this fact of total unification of all humanity on the basis of truth. That is, accepting people and races for who and what they are, respecting their culture, their languages, and their beliefs, and expect the same. We accept this fact that the human race's biological and cultural heritage is now under attack by our own morals, our self-righteousness, our desire to control industry, and these things attack the very existence of humanity. We accept this fact that males as well as females are equal in all things and should be dealt with as partners in all matters. We accept this fact that no one race of people is better than the other. In fact, no one wins the race in racism. We accept this fact that communication between different people is the cure to the ignorance that breeds the disease hate. We accept this fact that a good and well-rounded education could prevent most of the ignorance that plagues the world. We accept this fact that the all is just that, the all. You can't take from the all, you can't add to the all. We are all within the all is one. That is our concept of what you call a deity. To the fulfillment of these facts, we children of the Elohim forever pledge our lives, our sacred honor, and our spiritual zeal. Islam, true peace, Hakatep. So we open up with those affirmations, and as I state here all the time, you should be definitely reading those affirmations with you and your peers, your family, or who you consider family out there in this world, and those that you have an etherical link with. This is definitely a way to affirm the energy, the ethereal link, and that mental connection between each other. And with that, we're gonna dive right into our divine constitution and bylaws and Moorish prayer. So y'all know how it go. All rise, 2 fingers up, 5 fingers up, feet at a 45-degree angle, facing the east. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation by night and by day, through his holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. All right, y'all. So let's get into this divine constitution. As it states, Act 1, the Grand Sheik and the chairman of the Moorish Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of the Moorish Temple of America. The assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the members of the Moorish Temple of America. Act 2, all meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Temple of America. No members to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4, all members must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5, this organization of the Moorish Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7, All members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become part of the uplifting of humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his father God Allah. All right, y'all. So, true peace, true peace. Gonna gravitate over to our weekly readings next and open up for this week's message. So, as we do here every week, we open up with chapter 25 of the Holy Quran, Circle 7. So we're gonna go over this here now. All right, chapter 25, called A Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. And as it reads, ye yield the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother had given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brothers in adversity, assist him. If thy sisters in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, and your love to each other. As I say here every week, this is the precursor for all actions, intents, and behaviors of Moorish people. Noble people. We are a noble people. And it's hard to grasp that concept of nobility. Being noble has nothing to do with being sedity, self-righteous, self-conceit, or any of those things. So when you see someone expressing themselves in that way, and they carry this notion of being noble and regal, then you know to separate yourself from that, because that's not the authenticity of y'all know what I'm trying to say. That's not the genuineness behind being. It's not genuine behind being. There's nothing genuine there behind being a noble person, being a regal person. These type of behaviors, these type of mannerisms, self-conceit, self-righteousness, things of that nature, that has nothing to do with being regal, being noble. Being noble carries honor, it carries integrity, it carries a content that you your higher self, you get through the divine intelligences and functioning with nature through the frequencies of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, through the energies of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Now, there's been a lot of bad examples through the positivism of what it looks like to be regal, what it looks like to be nobility, to be royal. But this is why we have the examples from the Prophet Noble Drew Ali to lean on, the things that the Prophet told us about, warned us about, pointed us to guide ourselves with. So when we look toward ourselves as a nation, Asiatic nation of people, those ancient ones of Laurasia, Eurasia, It's not just about being just an indigenous person. It's about the character that you exude, and that character comes to understanding why we decided to call ourselves Moorish people, Moors. We got way more standing than we ever had before to establish the mission of the prophet. So there's no better time than now to get your act together, Moors. Islam. So with that, we're gonna jump into chapter 47 and chapter 48, and we will be officially open for tonight. And we are continuing our banking series, which we'll be getting into some heavy information. Continuing on with our reference points that we had. All right, so let's jump into chapter 48, called Egypt, the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. And it states, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of the brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they are the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourn from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extends from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today, without doubt or contradiction. There's no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers, unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator, Allah himself. These holy and divine laws are from the Prophet Noble Ali, the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the grand major temples to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet Noble Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before that great and awful day that is sure to come. The time is coming, every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess his own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. So one thing I want to wake up this week, because I was in the national study class this week, and had some great shares in there. But I do want to reiterate one thing, that the prophet does make it clear who we are, and the dominion of Africa itself, because he distinctly used the words Africa and America. Now, our dominion, it carried forward from America, in which we know specifically from California all the way back to the Indus Kush Valley. And so understanding that we are are part of the dominion of the dominion of Africa, and Egypt, or what you would call Misraim in the Bible, is the capital, the ancient capital. And there's a lot of confusion about where Egypt actually was, but for us, there's really no confusion. Now, you had Egypt type civilizations because this is the type of structures that we built throughout the whole entire old world. But nonetheless, we want to be clear that we don't take away from any of our people's contributions to history, to our story. Not even to say history, because history is his story, but our story as a people. And we have to get deeper into our story. There's a lot of speculation about America being here first, and this, that, and the third. We as Moorish people should not be getting into content banging. Content banging is one of the main things we should stay away from, because as the prophet clearly makes it known, that our dominion extended from here in America all the way to the Indus Kush Valley, to Asia, to Africa. So understanding that the prophet is talking about what people would call Pangea, we understood that this landmass over here is a Maxim. A Maxim. And even going back further, we know that this particular landmass is Aksum, which you would call Aksum, or ancient Ethiopia, ancient Kush. So this Kushite culture extended from West Africa all the way to here, which would be considered Northwest Africa. So the prophet was distinctly making it known, which I'm pretty sure is going to be reiterated in chapter 48, which we're going to jump into here now, because I want this to be understood by our people, especially if we're standing on our story of Moorish people, because we developed this what they consider the old world type architecture throughout our whole dominion. So of course you're going to find things that has Egyptian like culture and other cultures that were being developed during that time, even here in America, because America was a part of the dominion of Africa. This would also be considered West Africa or Northwest Africa, or as we classify as newlogists, as Egypt of the West. This is ancient Egypt of the West. This would be ancient Egypt of the West. So let's jump into chapter 48 with that. Chapter 48 is called The End of Time and the Fulfilling of the Prophecies. And as it reads, the last prophet in these days is noble Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem man from their sinful ways, and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Jesus in those days, to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive the divine creed, which is to be taught by Jesus. In these modern days, there came a forerunner of Jesus who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam. And his name is Noble Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of man, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc., that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa, there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of man, under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We, as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed, for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earthland, which the Lord thy God Allah had given you. Come, all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. We're trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true and divine prophets. Islam. Islam. All right, so we are open for this week, and we're gonna get into continuing our series on the history of banking on our banking series, and we touched on a lot of different things, pertinent things during the series. So we just gonna continue on with that. Now I'm not too sure what it is that we're talking about that might seem controversial, but so be it. But so be it. We definitely have to get the message out. We definitely have to get the knowledge out of of this history and how we relate to our story, because a lot of it does give you glimpses into his story about our story, about us as a people. So we left off last week on the religious restrictions of interest, which is how people get their bread and butter in the banking industry. This is how they eat. This is where they get their revenue from, which is off of interest payments, lending, and other banking procedures and instruments. But that's the bread and butter of the banking system, is being able to charge interest on the funds that they lend out. So this next section that we're jumping into now is medieval, would be medieval Europe. And we got some ways to go. We got to go through the 15th and 17th century expansion, the 17th and 19th through the 19th century, and the emergence of modern banking. This has some sections on its own. This definitely looking like it's going to be another 3 or 4 weeks before we really finish through the banking portion here. That last week kind of set us back a week, because we had to redo some couple sections here that we thought we lost, but we actually still had them. Yeah, we thought we lost the week before last recording, but it was actually there. I thought we had some glitches. So I did upload that to YouTube, and it's available for you guys to go and check out from YouTube. So we're gonna jump right into where we left off, and we're gonna get into the meats and potatoes for tonight. So we're gonna go through medieval Europe and let history speak to us. Let the records of time speak to us. All right. So, and let's see how efficiently we can push through this. So, as it states, it says the roots of modern banking are traceable to medieval and early Renaissance Europe, including Italy's Lombards in the 12th and 13th century, France's cohortons in the 13th century, and in particular the rich Italian cities such as Florence, Venice, and Genoa. So some of us should be familiar with the Lombards and the Lombardies, the Lombardy region of Italy. It has its own flag, its own coat of arms. Some of y'all might know the Lombardy, the Lombardy Trophy. Be familiar with the Lombardy Trophy and football, right? So the thing that does come to mind when we talk about Italians in Italy is that in one of the prophets or prophecies and sayings, it mentions that the prophet says the Italians are Moorish people. They have our blood. That's why they're angry like us. Or they hard-headed people. They are hard-headed people like us. Or they carry that attitude like us Moorish people, because they have Moorish blood in them. And going back in time, we know that land was more populated with a Moorish population than it is today. So these are things that you want to keep in mind as we go through these reference points. So the next portion of the medieval Europe section is called Emergence of Merchant Banks. And it states the original banks were merchant banks that Italian grain merchants invented in the Middle Ages. As Lombardy merchants and bankers grew in stature based on the strength of the Lombard plains cereal crops, many displaced Jews fleeing Spanish persecution were attracted to the trade. They brought with them ancient practices from the Middle and Far East silk routes. Originally intended to finance long trading journeys, they applied these methods to finance grain production and trading. So these silk routes is the Silk Road, the Chinese or the Asiatic Silk Road, and that connected Central, East, South, Southeast, West Asia, as well as East Africa. So this route went all the way into Africa. So they learned by by studying and getting in tune with the practices of the Silk Road, East Asia. And that was occupied by Moorish people, especially if you look at the architecture, the ancient architecture there in ancient Asia. You start to see the similarities between what was developed in ancient Asia, ancient America here, and ancient Africa, Islam. And one thing, like I mentioned earlier, we got to respect the people's contributions, because there's a battle over our story in the chronological order of our story, especially when we talk about how how things develop. And so it's best to keep in mind, as I mentioned just earlier, that we don't take away from our people's contributions, especially as the prophets say, with us being descendants of Africa. And that's because the prophet knew these things would come up in the future, especially mentioning things like Atlantis, right? And right now, as you know, as we kind of go through this 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 liberation phase and wanting to reclaim everything that is ours, is definitely understood, and the passion for that definitely understood. But remembering that there's an ancient chieftain system that connected us all, and these principles of 2 + 2 = 4, the system was structured very acutely. And so this is why it's best to do the study in depthly from how our ancestors actually looked at these things. Because the pyramids, they like to say some of the pyramids in America is older than the pyramids in Africa. That's actually not true. Because where the pyramids in Peru and more of a Southern America, where they picked up at, is they picked up off of some of the techniques that they got from ancient Africa. And you know this by way of the language, and you know this by way of the calendars that pick up where one calendar left off. That tells you everything you need to know. Before we get caught up in the whole continent banging and trying to prove why this continent was here first and this, that, and third. And this is things that we got into before, mentioned here before, especially when you get into the tectonic plates. So that African tectonic plate is been here. It really hasn't moved too much like the other continents, especially us here in America. And so you see, they learned this from those ancient ones who are part of that trade route that came from out of East Africa all the way on up to Asia. And so that would include those that are in the Indus Kush. That would include the people who were trading over there in the Mediterranean area. And this is where a lot of the skills, the knowledge, and the trade come from. So continuing, it says Jews not hold land in Italy. So they entered the great trading Pizzas. I want to make sure. Pajasa. I want to make sure I'm saying that correct. It's spelled like pizza. Spelled like pizza, y'all. Well, I'll make sure I was pronouncing it correct. Piazzas, and halls of Lombardy, alongside local traders, and set up their benches to trade in crops. They had one great advantage over the locals, who I'm assuming here would be Christians. It states Christians were strictly forbidden usury, defined as lending at interest, as it was considered to be a sin. And it mentions how Islam has similarly condemns usury as well. It states the Jewish newcomers, on the other hand, could make high-risk loans to farmers against crops in the field, as they were not subject to the church's dictates. In this way, they could secure grain sale rights against the eventual harvest. They then began to advance payment against the future delivery of grain shipped to distant ports. In both cases, they made a profit from the present discount against the future price. This two-handed trade was time-consuming, and soon there arose a class of merchants who were trading grain debt again instead of grain. So they was trading the debt of the grain and not the grain itself. They was trading the loans on the interest and the loans and the lending of the grain. This is what they was trading. So they was trading shares of debt. So another thing I do want to point out quickly is that you notice it's stating that the Jews don't have to abide by the things that the Christians and the evidential Muslims that are forbidden to participate in usury. And if you guys recollect what we touched on last week, you remember the reason for that is because they feel as if their laws and their traditions and their customs were established long before the traditions, customs, and beliefs of what people consider to be Christianity and all what people consider today to be Islam, right? So they they carry the attitude of, hey, we ain't gotta, do what y'all do, we we good, we good over here with our traditions, vanity of vanities, we not throwing away traditions, and you haven't validated the message from the people that you claim to be prophets. Hasn't been anything valid for them to consider this thing that would be more like an innovation of their doctrine, of their culture, of their way of life, right? So continuing, it states, the Jewish trader performed both financing, credit, and underwriting insurance functions. Financing took the form of a crop loan at the beginning of the growing season, which allowed a farmer to cultivate his annual crop with the associated expenses of seeding, growing, weeding, and harvesting. Underwriting, in the form of crop or commodity, insurance guaranteed the delivery of the crop to its buyer, typically a merchant wholesaler. In addition, traders performed the merchant function by making arrangements to supply the buyer with the crop through alternative sources, grain stores, or alternative markets. For instance, in the event of crop failure, he could also keep the farmer or other commodity producer in business during a drought or other crop failure through insurance of crop or commodity insurance against the hazards of failure of his crop. So insurance banking, as they would consider it, right, has been going on for a while. Insurance, and we improve that with mentions of these things also in the scripture and the text that and codexes that the scriptures come from. So these things are clear, and their imprint is there in the record of time. That the concept of insurance is not something that is really new. And today you got life insurance, health insurance, dental insurance, and all these types of insurance, right? Continuing, it states, merchant banking progress from financing trade on one's own behalf to settling trades for others, and then to holding deposits for settlement of billeti or notes written by the people who were still brokering the actual grain. And so the merchant benches bank is derived from the Italian for a bench, banca, as in a counter. Oh, as we say today, over the counter, with over the counter, countertop, bench top, worktop, kitchen bench. They even consider that a bunker. That could be. So this is how the trading was going on back in the day. It was going on over what you would consider over the counter. Just like today, you have the term or the use of the phrase for medicine, over the counter, right? You go to the store, buy the medicine. The person at the person at Walgreens, wherever you go, they hand you the medicine over the counter of Walgreens. The same thing still going on to this day. So it states, in the great grain markets became centers for holding money against a bill, a billet, a note, a letter of formal exchange, which would be a letter of exchange, right? later a bill of exchange, and later still a check. These deposited funds were intended to be held for the settlement of grain trades, but often were used for the benches on trades. In the meantime, the term bankrupt is a corruption of the Italian banca rota, or broken bench, which is what happened when someone lost his trader's deposits. The expression of being broke has a similar etymology. So this is where people say, "I'm broke, man. I'm broke." This is where this is the roots to this. We hearing some of the ancient roots to where this terminology come from, where these things are coming from. So bankrupt, and it's funny how this is showing up, because today earlier I was in a class, a quick little mini master class, and they was talking about Donald Trump and the things that he done, and how he quick to pull the bankruptcy button, right? Press the bankruptcy button. And people don't understand, in finances, that's one of the great, tools that you can use for avoiding creditors coming after you, is bankruptcy, right? Because you broke. You got nothing to give the creditor. So what can they take from you? You got nothing. Right. So that's a good defense that
I mean,
people
that costs
initiate
like
against
$500,
creditors.
$2,000. So should be sorry, pardon the body.
Islam. What you said, Noble? I couldn't hear
I
you
was
well.
saying
What you
that
say?
it does cost money to file for bankruptcy. You have to have at least $500 to $1,000 to file for bankruptcy. You
Hey,
know,
that better be your last good 5,000. Or you said 5,000?
500 to a
Oh,
thousand. Yeah.
yeah, that better be your last 500 or 1,000. uh, or you better plead pauper, right? Do a letter of pauper, affidavit of pauper. And plead that you don't got no currency, right? Because what better way to say you broke than admit that, prove that you broke by way of affidavit. You say? So,
Yep.
but we getting a glimpse into the history of where that comes from. It says the term bankrupt is a corruption of the Italian bancarotta, or broken bench, which is what happened when someone lost his trader's deposits. So you lost the person who's trading with you, giving you the money to flip. You lost their deposit, and they are the creditor. So for them not to be able to come in and enforce a claim, you claim bankrupt, right? So this next portion is about the Crusades. It's basically the Crusade. And it states, in the 12th century, the need to transfer large sums of money to finance the Crusades stimulated the reemergence of banking in Western Europe. In 1162, Henry II of England levied a tax to support the Crusades, the first of a series of taxes levied by Henry over the years with the same objective. The Templars and Hospitallers acted as Henry's bankers in the Holy Land. So we know what Templars, the Knights of Templars, but who are the Knights Hospitallers? Right? That's a term that really doesn't, uh, that really doesn't get expressed a lot. And the Knights Hospitaller are of the Order of Knights of the Hospital of Saint John of Jerusalem. In Latin, is expressed Ordo Fratum Hospitalis Sancti Lonis Jerusalemitani, and they would be considered the Knights Hospitallers, and they're from that medieval period, early modern Catholic era, and they are actually a Catholic military order, a fraternal order, and this was this was this was founded during the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem in the 12th century, and it states their headquarters were there until 1291. So this is getting into those crusades when they was going back and forth to Jerusalem, fighting with the Muslims for the Mecca and for Jerusalem. So they of course they owe their allegiance to the Pope, and it's been active since 1099 Common Era, and they're headquartered in Jerusalem and a couple other places, and they nickname themselves the religion. So you might be, when you say the religion, you might be referring to the Knights of Hospitallers, and not even and not even knowing it. This is why it's good to get into our research, and they have participated in a lot of ancient battles, a lot of ancient wars. So it states that they came up around the 12th century, and they uh they come out of what's called the Cluniac reforms, or the Benedictine Benedictine reform. And this is when the church was going through uh, uh, a series of changes and what they consider medieval monasticism in the church. And so their focus was to restore the monastic life, and encouraging people to get into arts and taking care of the poor. And so this come out of the Benedictine or Benedictine order over there in Western Europe. So so we, like I said, we do already know about the Knights of Templar, and their original name is the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. So this is the order, that order from Europe, of the Order of Solomon. And of course their allegiance is to the Pope as well. And they are also a Roman Catholic military order. And they 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 came with the they came with the crusading era as well. And some might be familiar with Jacques de Molay, who is their their last major grand master. And you find them mentioning papabuls as well, papabuls of Pope Innocent II, who issued a lot of important papabuls or bulla. And they have a real unique history behind the background of masonry as well. So it states the Templars and Hospitallers acted as Henry's bankers in the Holy Land. The Templars, far flung, large land holdings across Europe, also emerged in the 1100s through 1300s time frame as the beginning of Europe wide banking. Their practice was to take in local currency, for which a demand note would be given that would be good at any of their castles across Europe, allowing movement of money without the usual risk of robbery while traveling. So so they was there for security. They was there for, to pretty much bear arms. And there's a lot of other, I guess you could say, motifs around the history of the Knights Templar and how they were established, and more so a neutral order, right, than just being, you know, owing their allegiance to just the Catholics, or even the church per se. They have a lot of a lot of history, a lot of historic narratives around being, a neutral order that that really assisted and helped the people. And you find in a lot of documentaries it's mentioned that one knight would leave his property to another knight, and this is where concepts of trust and things like that came into effect as well for banking. So we're getting into deeper details of the things that you probably have came across before, and getting into those references. um I will say this because we do have the opportunity to say it, so we're gonna say it. One thing that we have to understand, if you get into deeper research, when they talk about being illuminated and enlightened, they're actually talking about people. It actually is referencing people who read encyclopedias. And I'm gonna give more reference into that at another time, but I do want to just put it out there, let it be known. We are the people that read encyclopedias, and right now we are on a digital encyclopedia, basically. Right? You got Wikipedia, which is basically a digital encyclopedia. You have other digital encyclopedias like the Britannica, I think, is one, and you, the old books that are out there, the old books that are sitting in all these old libraries, you definitely still have access to those. Those are some of my favorite encyclopedias to read. But those that are considered the enlightened ones are the people who not just read books of the world, but they actually read encyclopedias that gave you the records of time and glimpses into who and people were. People lives were taken with a more with more of a importance. So everybody and their mama would be put into an encyclopedia. Little Johnny, little Sally, Lulu, everybody's going into the encyclopedia. And what you did in life and the contributions to society that you made, it would go into the encyclopedia. And that can go back to the concept of the book of life and or the book of the dead, right? And what's funny is, though, these are two things that I just recently posted up on our channel, our YouTube channel here. I just uploaded the book from Albert Pike, Morals and Dogmas of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and just recently, the Book of the Dead, inscribed by Dr. Malachi Z. York L. And like I said, it's no coincidence that these things are coming up that we're talking about here, right? So this next section or this next portion is about discounting of interest. And it states a sensible manner of discounting interest to the depositors against what could be earned by employing their money in the trade of the bench soon developed. In short, selling an interest to them in a specific trade, thus overcoming the usury objection. Once again, this merely developed what was an ancient method of financing long distance transport of goods. Medieval trade fairs, such as the one in Hamburg, contributed to the growth of banking in a curious way. And curious way, I mean money changers issue documents redeemable at fairs in exchange for hard currency. These documents could be cashed at another fair in a different country or at a future fair in the same location. If redeemable at a future date, they would often be discounted by an amount comparable to a rate of interest. Eventually, these documents evolved into bills of exchange, which could be redeemed at any office of the issuing banker. These bills made it possible to transfer large sums of money without the complications of hauling large chests of gold and hiring armed guards to protect the gold from thieves. So here we go. This is really getting into what banking is. You put your money in the bank to protect it, so you don't have it sitting under your mattress, and they won't think you hoarded money. Uh, right? They won't think you hoarded money, and other nefarious ideals that may come to mind for why you have a bunch of money in your mattress and you don't have it in the bank. And it is a pro and con to that. And the pro is that this enforces controlling what people do with their money. You're being, especially today, more and more in a modern fashion. You're you're being forced to kind of put and keep your money in a bank. Well, you got all that money, why you don't have it in the bank, right? And if you have a lot of cash and a lot of money saved up, they think you robbed the bank or they think you did something illegal, right? So you have your pros and cons that definitely come with that, right? And uh, it could also be looked at as that, you know, they just want to have our money, right? They want to have our money. That's the that's the way of looking at things when that's the way of looking at things when you don't control the monetary system, or you have no interest in the monetary system and its operations. So this next portion gets into Italian bankers, and it states the Republic of Venice, sometime mistakenly credited with establishing a Bank of Venice in the 12th century, did not formally create a public bank until 1587. However, in the 13th and 14th century, its grain office did a banking business that included both deposits and lending. The Republic's system of transferable public debt has also been identified as an important contribution to the development of banking. In the middle of the 13th century, groups of Christians, particularly the Italian Lombards and French cohortisans, invented legal loopholes to get around the ban on Christian usury. For example, one method of effecting a loan with interest was to offer money without interest, but also require that the loan be insured against possible loss or injury and or delays in repayment. So they want us to look at contractum trinis here at this point. This is the reference that they're making reference to. Trinius, contractum trinius or trinius. Which is a set of contracts devised by European bankers and merchants in the Middle Ages as a method of cultivating canonical laws prohibiting usury as a part of Christian finance. It's It mentions at the time, most Christian nations heavily incorporated scripture into their laws. And as such, it was illegal for any person to charge interest on a loan of money. So to get around this, a set of 3 separate contracts were presented to someone seeking a loan, an investment, a sale of profit, and an insurance contract. Each of these contracts were permissible under canon law, but together replicated the effect of an interest-bearing loan. So they really found a way around it of making interest, the creation of interest, and the opportunity for some type of interest payment to be there. It says the way this procedure worked as follows: the lender would invest a sum equal to the amount of financing required by the borrower for 1 year. The lender would then purchase insurance from the investment from the borrower, and finally sell the borrower the right to any profit made over a pre-arranged percentage of this of the investment. This system replicated the effects of a loan with any interest rate agreed between the two, yet provided protection to the lender against default, while the borrower remained under the protection of the law when it comes to the collection of money by threats or force or loan sharking. It mentions the church proved utterly unable to legislate against the contractum trinius, and the ideal quickly spread to merchants and bankers across Christendom. And they eventually went on to accept it. It was accepted by writers such as Gabriy'El. It helped in part to improve public perception of the practice of usury by moneylenders, and ultimately the doctrine was rewritten by the school of Salamanca, and the ban on interest-bearing loans overturned in many Protestant countries, and it started in England with King Henry VIII. So Muslims are of the view that the present practice of Islamic banking relies on devices similar to the contractum trinius as a means of working around a ban of riba or usury in religious scripture. So the Muslims sort of picked up some of these techniques as well with this. So when we talk about Christendom, what is Christendom? Christendom refers to the and this is also in a historic manner. It refers to Christian states, Christian empires, Christian majority countries, and the countries in which Christianity dominates, prevails, or it is culturally or historically intertwined with. So you have the spread of Christianity from the Levant to Europe and North Africa, and during and this came during the early Roman Empire. Christendom has been divided in the pre-existing Greek East and Latin West, so it has its different sects and things like that. And then consequently, internal sects within the Christian religion arose with their own beliefs and practices that are centered around the cities of Rome, what they would consider Western Christianity, and their communities that are called Latin Christendom or Western Christendom. And then you have the Constantopoli, the Eastern Christianity, and they would be considered Eastern Christendom. So you have the different sides of the whole the the what would be considered a kingdom of Christianity, right? A global conglomerate of Christianity. So the term comes from the 19th century, from some scribe in southern England somewhere, and this goes back to King Alfred the Great. So I know, I'm pretty sure that name right there rings some bells for people, right? And it states that that scribe was he was translating Paulus Orosius book History Against the Pagans, and it was used for it was used for fulfilling a need for having a term to express the concept of the universal culture of Christianity, or focusing on Jesus Christ. So now the uh meaning of the word is more in reference to the lands where Christianity is the pretty much the dominant religion. And uh it means the dominion or sovereignty of the Christian religion at this point. So they're looking at it as its own jurisdiction, as its own personal jurisdiction, right? So we want to be aware of that as well. So continuing, it says the Christians utilizing these legal loopholes became known as the Pope's usurers, and reduced the importance of the Jews to European monarchs. Later in the Middle Ages, a distinction evolved between things that were consumable, such as food and fuel, and those that were not, with usury permitted on loans that involved the latter. So this is where those 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 economical philosophical differences start to kind of really stick its head out as we went over in the economic phase, or the economic series of our sermons. So you really get up close and personal from the banking aspect of why these things start to kind of come to mind. What would make those 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 old economists really think the things that they do and, come up with those principles. So now we're about to get into some heavy things here. It states the most powerful banking families came from Lawrence, including the Asioli, Mazi, Bardi, Peruzzi families, which established branches in many other parts of Europe. Probably the most famous Italian bank was the Medici Bank, set up by Giovanni Dabici de Marici in 1397 and continuing until 1494. And that's where you have Banca Monte de Pace de Siena come in Italy, and it is pretty much the oldest banking organization, the oldest banking organization to survive, having banking operations and banking services to this day. So I'm not too sure if that was one of the banks that we mentioned when we first opened up the banking series, but uh, is mentioning that this Italian bank is still here to this day. And going over what we're going over, you see how a lot of this is wrapped around the history of Catholicism, how it's wrapped around the history of the old Catholic Church. And, you want to get into the Moorish history side of this, as I mentioned, and we're definitely going to bring out more of that when we get into setting the record straight, get into our setting the record straight series, because it's going to reiterate a lot of the things that we're talking about here. And we get into the holy tablets. It's going to reiterate a lot of things that we talk about here. So continuing, it says, by the latter Middle Ages, Christian merchants who lent money with interest were without opposition, and Jews lost their privileged position as moneylenders. Italian bankers would take their place, and by 1327, Avignon had 43 branches of Italian banking houses. In 1347, Edward III of England defaulted on loans. Later, there was the bankruptcy of the Bardi in 1343 and Peruzzi 1346. The accompanying growth of Italian banking in France was the start of the Lombard money changers in Europe, who moved from city to city along the busy pilgrim routes important for trade. Key cities in this period were Cahors, the birthplace of Pope John the 22nd, and Figeac. Figeac, as Figeac, that's how you pronounce that. All right, and that pretty much is a community in the southwestern portion of France. All right, so continue. Oh, I didn't think we was gonna get through this that fast. It mentions after 1400, political forces did in fact somewhat turn against the methods of the Italian free enterprise bankers. In 1401, King Martin I of Aragon had some of these bankers expelled. In 1403, Henry IV of England prohibited them from taking profits in any way, and from taking profits in any way in his kingdom. In 1409, Flanders imprisoned and then expelled Genoese bankers. In 1410, all Italian merchants were expelled from Paris. In 1407, the Bank of St. George, the first state bank of deposit, was founded in Genoa and was to dominate business in the Mediterranean. So the Flanders, not Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, y'all. Not Ned Flanders from The Simpsons. The Flanders, they are Dutch speaking and from the northern portion of Belgium, and it's a community there. Community, and it's also it's a language of the area of Belgium, but it also has many other many other overlapping definitions, and it could be related to culture, to language, to politics and history, sometime even involving your neighboring countries and things like that. So the demonym associated with Flanders is Fleming, right? While the corresponding adjective adjective is Flemish. So this is where you get the term Flemish from. And that could also be, referred to Dutch dialects that are spoken in that area of Belgium. And then you have the official capital of Flanders in the city of Brussels. So it takes you all to Brussels too as well. So we got through the medieval Europe portion rather efficiently. We got through that portion rather efficiently. So let's see if we can sift through. We might cut off a week here, y'all. It's long, but from what we covered so far, we see the influences of medieval Europe and its banking system, where they get it from. It's mainly centered around the Italians. And where did the Italians get their concept and understanding of banking from? From the Silk Road and the people of the Mediterranean, of the Far East. So the people that was traveling from East Africa all the way on up to West Asia. So there's a lot to really cover when you want to bring and get into the Moorish lens of this record, of these records of time, and really see how the Moorish portions of the story really fit in. Uh, there's a lot of he say she say that go into that go into the discussion of Moorish nobility, black or Moorish nobility, and indigenous nobility of people during that time. So if you collect your data and you come back here and use this as a reference point, you'll pretty much have some concrete things to really work with there. And as I mentioned earlier, we as a people got to get out of the the continent banking. That is one of the worst ways to kind of walk in when you're getting into the aisles of history, into the annals of history, because worrying about what continent did this and did that first is really is really a defeating purpose, because the the documents, like I said plenty of times before, that they try to use to say that America did this first and America did that first, they only go back into the couple thousands of years. And when you get into ancient Africa, we're talking about millions of years. We're talking about millions of years. They say the pyramid in Giza was built only 10,000 years ago. Yeah, but you're not mentioning the pyramids in Ta-Nehisi. You're not mentioning the pyramids in the southern Sudan, who is known to be there 2.3 million years, which would still be the oldest pyramids on the planet. Not to not to account for the pyramids that are in the water. And we know Adam and Eve go back to the Indus Kush Valley. We know that they actually go back to the Indus Kush Valley of Bali. So when we're talking about the ancient Canaanite, the ancient Canaan, the ancient nation of Canaan, we're talking about that land. The land was named Canaan, but the word Canaan is a derivative, just like we know in the word Abraham of Abram, you find the word and the word Abraham, which that change happened because Abraham went to Misraim, he went to Egypt, and they changed his name to Abraham. And when you in that word Abraham, you find the word Ham. And the word Ham means more, or it means a black person, means an African, a dark-skinned African. So when you get into the actual context of the knowledge, you know, we, especially as adepts, and this is why I've been expressing this, we got to get into the theological studies, the comparative theological studies, because that leaves the door open for us to get caught in these foxholes, these rabbit holes, and all other people's agendas and doctrines that they may be pushing. So when you get caught up in continent banging, and this is why the prophet made it clear, we are the inhabitants of Africa. He made it clear the dominion from here, from America to the Indus Kush Valley. Made it very clear. He made it clear on who we were as a people. A lot of people, especially with the whole American Indian thing going, and people want to, you know, claim they Indian heritage. That's not us. Those are Aboriginal people. They are coming from us, just like other people across the world. We are the natives of America. We are the natives of Africa, or the natives of Nigeria, the natives of all of these country lands. Like the prophet mentioned in the oral sayings, like it's mentioned in the oral sayings of prophecies, the whole entire world descends from us Moorish people. They, well, the Moors are only this people and only that people. No, the Moors are everybody who's considered to be Negro, black, and colored. So that includes people all the way in Arabia, Middle East, even the people that they call the Sand people today. Those people are still considered colored. The girl, the girl from South Africa, the singer, the, you know, Make Me Water girl. I think her name Tyler. She say she don't consider herself black. She consider herself colored. It's still in the same reference point. It's still in the same pot. So it's self-defeating getting into the continent battle and battling on what continent did what first, when we have a real peculiar chieftain system, an ancient indigenous chieftain system that went across the world. It's like the prophet. Can nobody refute that the prophet came in 1928? He left record. It's documented record. We keep better records now. So it's irrefutable. Get into these ancient calendars and you understand the calendars, leave off where another culture's calendar left off. And then that'll really help you trace the steps, like I've mentioned plenty of times here before, versus we getting caught in somebody else's version of how they telling the story. Our records and our science and our structure tell our story perfectly. Islam. So I do want to get into this next section here, but I don't want us to lose too much track of time. So I'm gonna go into it a little bit. This 15th through the 17th century expansion, and of course, where it's starting off at. It's starting off in Italy, as we just mentioned. But I'm gonna jump in here. I'm gonna see what a cutoff point, the best cutoff point would be for us for tonight. But most definitely, we gonna get through this. We gonna sift through this information and try to get through this banking series as succinctly as possible, so that way we can get to our setting the record straight series and Holy Tablet series. And I'm still considering and thinking on which one should be first. So we do set the record straight and then jump into the Holy Tablets portion. Because if we're going to reference history, we want to use good research. You know, you got a lot of researchers, you got a lot of authors, but you want to use research from things that are more concrete, and the best concrete information that you can get, and best concrete explanation that you can get. There's people that explain things, you know, probably more simpler than me, more succinctly than I do, more concrete than I do. Then there's things that I explain more concretely than others. But this is why it's best to use those strengths that you find from other sources and utilize those. So we definitely got no problem with diving into the master teachers information and doctrine and portional contribution and work. So with that, we're gonna jump right into this next section, the seventh, and start moving up in time from the 15th to the 17th century expansion. And the first portion of that is about Italy, and it states 1527. Between 1527 and 1572, a number of important banking family groups coming from the Genoese Republic and present-day northern Italy arose, such as the Grimaldi, Spinola, and Pallavicino families, and were especially influential and wealthy. The Doria, although perhaps less influential, and the Pinelli and the Lomellini family. So these are families that arose during that time period, and they're pretty much doing the same thing that was done, protecting their wealth, setting up wealth structures, banking structures, family bank structures. That same thing that was done, as we read last week, in ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Sumeria. Right. So continuing on to Spain and the Ottoman Empire portion, it states in 1401 the magistrates of Barcelona, then the capital of the Principality of Catalonia, established in the city the first replication of the Venetian model of exchange and deposit, the Tala de Canve de Barcelona, or table of exchange, considered to be the first public bank of Europe. Halil Inalsik suggests that in the 16th century, Morano Jews, Donna Garcia from the House of Mendez, fleeing from Iberia, introduced the techniques of European capitalism, banking, and even the mercantilist concept of state economy to the Ottoman Empire. In the 16th century, the lending financiers in Istanbul were Greeks and Jews. Many of the Jewish financiers were Moranos, who had fled from Iberia during the period leading up to the expulsion of Jews from Spain. Some of these families brought great fortunes with them. The most notable of the Jewish banking families in the 16th century Ottoman Empire was the Morano banking houses of Mendez, which moved to Istanbul in 1552 under the protection of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent. When Alvaro Mendez arrived in Istanbul in 1588, He is reported to have brought with him 85,000 gold ducats. The Mendez family soon acquired a dominating position in the state finances of the Ottoman Empire and in commerce with Europe. They arrived in Baghdad during the 18th and 19th century under Ottoman rule, performing critical commercial functions such as money lending and banking. Like the Armenians, the Jews could engage in necessary commercial activities such as money lending and banking that were proscribed for Muslims under Islamic law. So let's look at this word Morano, because we know this is a word that goes back to the Moors. So we're talking about the Moors here. Moranos is one of the terms used in relation to Spanish and Portuguese Jews who converted or were forced by the Spanish and Portuguese crown to convert to Christianity during the 15th and 16th centuries, but continued to practice Judaism in secrecy or were suspected of it, referred to as crypto Jews. Crypto Jews. Y'all hear that term? Crypto Jews. Crypto Jews. Crypto Jews. Crypto Judaism from the term crypto Judaism is the secret adherence to Judaism while publicly professing to be of another faith. So these practitioners are referred to as crypto Jews, hidden Jews. The term is especially applied historically to Spanish and Portuguese Jews who outwardly profess Catholicism, also known as conversos, Moranos, or the Anusim. That's another word, Anus, Anusum, Anusa, meaning coerce. And this is a legal category of Jews in the Halakha, the Jewish law. And they were forced to abandon Judaism against their will, typically while forcibly converted to another religion. The term Anusum is most properly translated as the coerced ones or the forced ones. The term Anusum is derived from the Talmudic phrase avera, bones, meaning a forced transgression. The Hebrew ones derived from the roots of the word aleph, or the Hebrew letters of aleph, nun, and samet, and originally referred to any case where a person has been forced into any act against his or her will. In modern Hebrew, the word ones is mainly used to mean rape. Thus, anusum or female anusat nowadays means rape victims. The older meaning used only in the historical context. The term anus is used in contradistinction to meshamad, literally self-destroyed, which means a person who has voluntarily abandoned the practice of Jewish law in whole or in part. The forced converts were also known as Cristianos Novos, or Christos Novos, which is that's more the Portuguese way. Converso or Morano, which had and still has today a pejorative connotation in Spanish. So the roots of these words, as we see Anu, you see the word Moranos, the roots of these words and where they go back to, it definitely has a connection with the indigenous people. And essentially, they're talking about the indigenous peoples that was raped and forced to change and convert to Christianity. So those people of Anu. So you can see how the context of a word can change quickly just by who's defining the word. This is why we got to be real heavy on understanding the jurisdictions and jurisdiction and understanding the law and legal meaning of words. It says the term Marrano came into later use in 1492 with the Castilian Alhambra decree, which prohibited the practice of Judaism in Spain and required all remaining Jews to convert or leave. So if they're talking about the Alhambra decree, they're talking about the Negroic or Negrocoid Moors, those Spaniards that would be considered albino or mulatto, that still practice their culture, that the ancient indigenous people's culture, who are Moranos, who are Moors, who are considered to be Negro, black, and colored. So this is things that are in the record on history. Can you verify what we're reading in this Wikipedia? Most definitely, yes, you can. We got more source reference information that we're gonna get into, like I said, in the next series. I think it'd be more proper we jump right into setting the record straight right after this. But we are the crypto Jews. We are the crypto Jews. And funny how it is today, we are the people with the crypto. We were one of the earliest people into the crypto. So the word has been defined to mean pig or swine. So they were calling Moranos people pigs, swine, and that's reference from the Royal Spanish Academy definition. But as I mentioned, we know, and we know that it really is talking about the Moorish people, because the word Muharram is what they're actually making reference to, the Arabic word Muharram, and we gotta get into Kufic and Moorish Latin, which is a form of Arabic and Latin, kind of hybrid mixed. So you have Moorish Latin, and this is where you see, as we're getting source reference from, Pig Latin comes from. This is why they call it Pig Latin. When they're talking about Pig Latin, they're talking about Moorish Latin. They're talking about Moorish Latin. So I'll put that in the chat for y'all as well. Islam.
Isn't that one of those dialects? Pig Latin?
You sound kind of far away. Come a little closer to your mic. What'd you say?
I was saying, isn't Pig Latin one of those crypto dialects where it's like just like a coded Latin? It's like coded language. It's basically Latin just with the one letter on the end of this word, something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely cryptic. So basically, if you say eat and you turn the eat around and say te, that's it. That's just how that's as simple as Pig Latin Pig Latin gets. You pretty much reading everything backwards in English, and that comes also from the practice of us reading everything from right to left instead of right from left to right. I said it right, from right to left in the past, and now from left to right, which left a lot of our people still dyslexic, which leaves a lot of our people still to dyslexic to this day, because most ancient text was written from right to left.
Most of the Asiatics still go from right to left. I'm pretty sure.
That's right. So you got some documentaries about the term Marranos and things like that. They got one called The Last Marranos, which was made in New York, or not made in New York, but made by the New York Jewish Media Fund in 1997. So you have those things. And it's also pointing out a connection between the Jews and the Moors, or as one of the books that was authored called the connection between the Jews and blacks. You'll see where a lot of this information has its standing. So you had Marrano's family, Moorish families, and I put the link in the chat because this is something that we definitely gonna be making reference to. We're gonna come back to this reference when we get into our Setting the Record Straight series. Because this is something that definitely has to be dissected. And we get into it heavy. So I do want to read this portion before we get back on track. So this is affirming that this is talking about the Moors. It states late 20th century political and social changes in Spain caused reappraisal of Jewish and Muslim contributions to its culture. There has been much new scholarship on Sephardic Jews, Moors, and the consequences of conversion and expulsion. In addition, there has been official governmental efforts to welcome tourists of both ancestries to Spain. Towns and regions have worked to preserve elements of Jewish and Moorish past. In Spanish Civil Code Article 22.1, the government created concessions to nationals of several countries and Sephardi Jews historically linked with Spain, allowing them to seek citizenship after 5 years rather than the customary 10 required for residence in Spain. Later, it was dropped to 2 years. In November 2012, the residency requirement was eliminated. In October 2006, the Parliament of Andalusia asked the 3 parliamentary groups that formed the majority to support an amendment that would similarly ease the way for nationals of Morisco descent to gain Spanish citizenship. So Morisco, here we go, right? Morisco, Spanish for Moorish, were former Muslims and their descendants whom the Roman Catholic Church and the Spanish crown commanded to convert to Christianity or face compulsory exile after Spain outlawed the open practice of Islam by its sizable Muslim population. Maruja, which where the word Maruja comes in the early 16th century. The unified Portuguese and Spanish monarchs mistrusted Moriscos and feared they would prompt new invasions from the Ottoman Empire after the fall of Constantinople. So here we go. Is the prophet tripping, or is the prophet on point? Right? Is the prophet tripping, or is the prophet on point? It says, so between 1609 and 1614, they begin to expel them systematically from various kingdoms of the United Realm. The most severe expulsions occurred in the eastern kingdom of Valencia. The exact number of Moriscos present in Spain prior to expulsion is unknown and can only be guessed on the basis of official records of the edict of expulsion. Furthermore, the overall number who were able to avoid deportation is also unknown, with estimates on the proportion of those who avoided expulsion or returned to Spain ranging from 5% to 40%. The large majority of those permanently expelled settled on the western fringe of the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Morocco. The last mass prosecution against Moriscos for crypto-Islamic practices occurred in Granada in 1727, with most of those convicted receiving relatively light sentences. In Spanish, Morisco was also used in official colonial era documentation in Spanish America to denote mixed race castas, the children of relation between Spanish men and women of mixed African, European, and European ancestry. The label Morisco for Muslims who converted to Christianity began to appear in texts in the first half of the 16th century. Though use of the term at this time was limited, usage became widespread in Christian sources during the second half of the century. But it was unclear whether Moriscos adopted the term. In their texts, it was more common for them to speak of themselves simply as Muslims or Muslims. In later periods, they may have begun to accept the label. In modern times, the label is in widespread use in Spanish literature and adopted by other languages, including modern standard Arabic, Moriscian, al-Moriscian. So this some stuff, man, right? It says the word Morisco appears in 20th century Castilian text as an adjective for the noun Moro. These two words are comparable to the English adjective Moorish and noun Moor. Medieval Castilians used the words in the general senses of Muslim or an Arabic speaker, as in the case of Muslim converts. The words continue to be used in these older meanings even after the more specific meaning of Morisco, which does not have a corresponding noun, became widespread. According to L.P. Harvey, the two different meanings of the word Morisco have resulted in mistakes where modern scholars misread historical texts containing Morisco in the older meaning as having the newer meaning. In the earlier years after the forced conversion, the Christians used the terms new Christians, new converts, or the longer new Christians converted from Moors, Nuevos Cristianos convertidos de Moros, to distinguish from those converted from Judaism to refer to this group. In 1517, the word Morisco became a category added to the array of cultural and religious identities that existed at the time, used to identify Muslim converts to Christianity in Granada and Castile. The term was a pejorative adaptation of the adjective Morisco or Moorish. It soon became the standard term to refer to all former Muslims in Spain. In Spanish America, Morisco or Morisca in the feminine form was used to identify a racial category, a mixed race, casta, the child of a Spaniard and a mulatto, offspring of a Spaniard and a Negro, generally a lighter complexion person with some African ancestry. This was probably due to a perception that such individuals look similar to North Africans, appearing mostly white, but with a somewhat visible sub-Saharan African admixture. The term appears in colonial era marriage registers, identifying individuals, and in 18th century Costa paintings. The term quadroon was a similar term for quarter black people in English colonies. So maroon, quadroon. So we getting insight on where these words are coming from. So was the prophet tripping, or was the prophet on point? Was the prophet tripping, or was the prophet on point here? So I'm gonna share that in the chat as well. So when we say the word Morisco, Moorish, it's not just the people that are mixed. It refers to people that are considered Negro, black, and color. So this is where like I said earlier, the people that are they would fall in the color category is people that are even American Indians. They're Aboriginal people. They're Aboriginal people. So I'm not gonna get into, the whole calling yourself black thing and the socialism behind that, or the psychology behind that, right? The sociology behind that. Uh, because that who's to say what a person don't agree with calling themselves and what they make reference to today. As I said, we as a Moorish, as I say all the time, we as a Moorish people, we don't need to be getting caught up and lost in those battles. That's wasting time on getting our people to understand the divine and national movement, the divine creed, the divine truth, as the prophet wanted us to reach out to people. The prophet didn't want us getting caught up in these battles, because strictly by legal terms, and that legal connection that being Moorish people brings into enlightenment, right? We know that names of chattel, Negro, black, and colored has distinct from understanding the nobility behind being Moorish people, because there's not just a subjugation in history. There's not just a mark of subjugation in history behind the name Moor, or behind the term Moor. We as a Moor, our geographical location is who we are, but Moor establishes the type of ethnic stock and people that we were. We're talking about the noble, the elite of our indigenous people. That's who we refer to when we refer to the term Moor, as a universal term for us globally, 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 not just one location, globally, globally. That's the major difference, because we know the word Negro is used as a connotation of being cargo, property, slave, not looked at as a a a functioning human, versus more. Even getting into the ancient terms of Ethiopia, ancient Kush, Nagus, had had a connotation of nobility. So this is why getting into these things are of importance. Understanding the history of what we're looking at, and why these things are important. So you see here they have the term Moor is a exonym first used by Christian Europeans to designate the Muslim population of the Maghrib, Al-Andalus, or the Iberian Peninsula, Sicily, and Malta during the Middle Ages. It states Moors are not a single or distinct self-defined people. The 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica observed that the term had no real ethnological value, and that's in 1911. That's not prior to 1911, right? Europeans of the Middle Ages and the early modern period variously applied the name to Arabs, Berbers, and Muslim Europeans. But we see that the word in Spanish is referring to people with African ancestry. It states the term has also been used in Europe in a broader sense to refer to Muslims in general, especially those of Arab or Berber descent, while living in Al-Andalus or North Africa. During the colonial era, the Portuguese introduced the names Ceylon Moors and Indian Moors in South Asia and Sri Lanka, and the Bengali Muslims were also called Moors. In the Philippines, the long-standing Muslim community, which predates the arrival of the Spanish, now self-identifies as the Moro people. an exonym introduced by Spanish colonizers due to their Muslim faith. No, it wasn't due to their Muslim faith. It's due to their ethnicity. So we see how the world is trying to change the 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 people of the ways of the world are trying to change the meaning. And in the language, it means what it means. When you ask a person what Morano mean in Spanish, they're quick on that. It's a Negroid person. It's a black person, a dark-skinned person, not a Muslim. Not a Muslim. Muslim is the way of life. Was the main way of life that they can make reference to, and that's because most indigenous peoples follow a culture and practice of peace. So I'm gonna put this in the chat as well for us to sift through. But you'll see more and more where we're going with this. They're trying to keep us from claiming our heritage, but it's a little too late for that. It's a little too late for that, especially when you have the legal and lawful acknowledgement of being a sovereign democratic government of people. So there's some politics behind this. There's some economic issues behind this, and some dire history that people do not want to address that goes into this. So when you run into those people that say, "Well, the Moors enslaved the Africans," no, the Moors are Africans. Africans enslaved Africans. But we have to, like I mentioned last week, like me and Brother Jonathan mentioned last week, there's a difference between the supremacy system and structure versus the slave trade and the things that took place with that. So I'm gonna close us out with that because we definitely gonna get caught up in time. So let's mark where we left off at.
True peace. I think
True
that was a
peace.
great point that you made at the very end, because I've gotten into arguments with people about the foundations of how we got to where we are today, and there's a lot of disrespect in the lack of respect for the moves that the ancient, leaders of that time had to do, either for or against their peoples. You know what I mean? And so it's like, the truth is, we're all born, and there's an ending to that, and I think people kind of neglect that realization, and end up fighting battles needlessly, you know, based on histories and words and now technologies, and being able to align to something better is only possible through accepting things that you can't change. That whole Serenity's prayer. True peace.
True peace. So you feel it, you see it, you hear, you smell it, you see what's going on, and that gives people from all shades to understand what the master teacher said. If the Asiatic, the American, the African all come together and say that we are Moors, then we become the majority. And we all this is already admitted. If everybody comes out of Africa, that means everybody has a piece of Africa within them would be considered Moors, right? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Um,
So that
I'm
means
tan.
everybody, I would say,
I said I'm tan, so I'm into it.
right? But you get what I'm saying. If the science goes that everyone comes out of Africa, right? If the whole human population originated in Africa, then that mean everybody would have a piece of Africa within them, right? A
Proven,
portion.
proven
You get what
genetically.
I'm saying?
There's no way around that. I mean, that's proven genetically that everybody has at least a percentage of that Moroccan, or the African roots, whatever word you want to call it. It stems from a
Right.
source.
The Holy Land. right? Yeah, the Holy Land. The we all come from Canaan, the land, the Holy Land of Canaan, right? Which would be Cadman, where the word Canaan is rooted from. It's coming from the derivative of Cadman, Adam. Adam was given dominion over the planet, and that started in Bali. So they have the Sri Lanka Moors, they have the Indian Moors. That's referencing the Moors that go all the way back to Prophet Adam, right? And so this is why um it's important to have, this style of teaching and going into this information gracefully. And I do want to give a acknowledgement to all of the different professors and scholars that decide to teach this way, that decide to go into the information this way. Even if we're faceless and we can't be seen, this is information that people that they need. And we're on the Wikipedia banking, the history of banking. We're giving you the reference points, that way you can read along with us and go into the information, go into this information with us. But I do want to acknowledge the scholars from all different shades, from all backgrounds, from all cultures, that have participated in this and made contribution into what we're bringing with the newlogy, whether it's noetics, whether it's the new Genesis, the new Nugeny, and getting into the new spirit, all these contributions. But acknowledge who and where this information comes from, who originated this information. And that is the stolen legacy. Like I said like I mentioned last week, you guys should get into the stolen legacy. And there's a book called Stolen Legacy by G.M. James that you guys should tap into and really get into that. I'm gonna see if I can find some lectures that were done by James. If I can, I'll try to get into to some references that we could really put on the channel that people could really reference and dive into, because this is what the purpose is for posting the audiobooks and things like that, and getting that type of content out. We're pretty much our own Library of Alexandria, mini Library of Luxor. And we have the school, we have the platform, we have the opportunity, we can build it up and get things going. And the way that we're starting, I feel this is the best way for us without all the controversy. uh, and we come together and put together a viable product that people could really listen to, tap in, and get real plausible and good information from. As we talked about yesterday off record, I was into the internet radio thing a long time before a lot of people got into the whole podcasting thing. And so now, that same structure is kind of, what we're utilizing still, even though we're not using an internet radio platform to do it. But the way we're doing it is still gives it that internet radio feel, and people could listen in live from YouTube, tap in with us, and catch our weekly sermons that we upload, weekly Koopas, and tap into the information.
I'm still looking at like some verdicts. Like this is something that came up today. I don't know if it's like still kind of if it's in line with what's being communicated here, but with digital, broadcasting and audio and people putting their works out, people getting paid isn't the same as it used to be. People used to, get hired to perform in commercials or get hired to, be on a TV show
I got
that was
I,
in
I
front.
got you. Hold on. Let me interrupt you real quick. Hold that thought. Let me do a quick reset and
All right,
reset us into our current events, and then let's jump right back to it, your
cool,
thought.
cool, cool.
All right.
Yeah, got it.
All right, this is branch temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We are a global branch temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America, where we teach our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Come link yourself with the family of nations by joining us here every week on Telegram. For those that are listening from YouTube, you can catch the Telegram. You can click on the Telegram link that's in my bio on YouTube and join us here to take you straight to our chat. We go live here on Telegram every Friday for Holy Day. We shifted over from Clubhouse. I gotta make another update for those that are on Clubhouse. The goal is to see how many people we can bring from over there to here. But share, 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 share. If you can, Brother Jonathan, help us out with sharing the YouTube videos, the sermons, put it in our World Temple group on Facebook. Because I definitely don't get on Facebook like that anymore. We get it out there, and possibly on LinkedIn as well. That way we can make people aware that we are definitely here on Telegram. They can find us here. And we've been moving around a lot, but I think we'll be more stable here on Telegram for a couple more years to come. And with that, we're going to jump into our current events. So the floor is open. Islam, Islam, Islam. True peace.
Yeah, true peace, true peace.
Yeah,
Basically,
so what you saying, bro?
I was talking about the internet. Is basically creating huge waves, and like I don't know what people are thinking about the future, because I mean, I don't know if people have heard like about you own nothing and you'll be happy, and like it's like, well, what does that really mean? What does that really mean, and what does that entail? It's like one man's heaven is another man's hell in many regards. And then you have decisions that have been made, like, and I've been watching and listening. That's why I'm participating week after week here with the World Temple, because there's been decisions that have just been kind of accepted as the norm with technology, like the copyright rules based on, I think it was Metallica back in 2007. There was like a verdict that said, oh yeah, copyrights are still a thing, and take down Napster and all that stuff. And so there's been this battle between archiving and storing information like a book on a wall through digital means, and then monetizing and profiting from it. And with that, the whole world has been kind of, I wouldn't say in a tumultuous state, but it's been on pause, because they're really there has to be a level of communication for being able to make sense of the direction that we are going. Because you know you can talk about cookie cutting the whole world into a partition where the civilizations have population caps, and people don't have to work and they can just stay at home, and
Right.
and let like things be automated. Grow your meat, and robots are shipping it out with drones, and it's all automatic, and you own nothing and you'll be happy. It's like, we're gonna force you to be happy whether you like it or not. It's like, okay, there's a
Yeah,
level of,
technocratic, not
some
new
people want to
credit.
get their
Right.
hands dirty. Some people like to get their hands dirty. The whole sterilization to be happy, it doesn't necessarily make, that's where the whole, one man's heaven is another man's hell. It's like, what about the whole manual, presence? Some people like driving a manual car versus having an automatic car. Whether that's less than the multitude of it, doesn't mean that they're, as an example, doesn't mean that there isn't a small group of people that have a different perspective about how to enjoy life on a deep, level of being. And so that's been my challenge, is trying to fit in to these realms without stepping on too many toes, knowing that there is industries running and that there is families being fed through these different types of marketplaces. That even gets into the big picture of the energy system and the oil and coal industries. And so it can get really dangerous real quick if you start speaking one way or another, and trying to rile people up to make moves that don't necessarily make sense when you're really dealing with a diaspora and a really sensitive dynamic of a multitude of industries and a multitude of different ways of looking at the equation. And so giving space for that, ideally is what the technology should be meant for. But like, talking about current economics and where we're at, we do have this. I think Austin, Texas is testing out the whole basic universal income, which I've
Yeah,
never really
yeah,
been for the universal income, and I'm not even really totally for the unions. Just looking at the long view of an equation where things eventually lead to an end, and that end doesn't really end up pretty. I'm more into that, allowing for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear to step up based on a manual sense or a manual approach and start making moves through their awareness of where whether it's energy or monies or educational attention in a more refined state can allow for cultivating a more stabilized system. True peace.
yeah. Islam. I definitely agree with that. For example, we have the EMV cars, and like you said, the diesel and the oil cars still, right? And you have those type of market segments that are clashing with one another within the transportation industry. So those type of things, there needs to be a balance. But this is the key thing with that industry already. There's an oversaturation of how many cars have been produced. Every year there's a new model that comes out, and there's hundreds of thousands of, like possibly millions, up to millions of cars every year that does not get purchased, right? And that are just sitting around the world. So you have key issues like that, and uh, it just creates a surplus of waste, right? So there definitely needs to be a refinement, and this is why I say us as Moorish people, far as getting caught in these conversations that lead down the foxhole and just argumentative things, it's best that we come together about the things that we can do, and those are economic things. Those are economic conversations, and help to create that refinement, create those balances between how do we function between a EMV, electric car, and a gas and fuel type society, because each side has their pros and cons, right? And each side could be solved in a different manner. For example, with the fuel, we know that we're digging in the ground, and we know that that has harmful effects on nature. It's more parasitic than it is mutually symbiotic, right? Mutually symbiont. So we know that it's more harmful to our environment than anything. So how do we turn things like natural gas and uses of natural gas and other things, far as fuel, how can we turn that into something that is mutually symbiote for nature itself versus harming nature? And then on the opposite spectrum with the EMVs, you have the use of still having to have fuel and things like that. When we have the science and the technology that can be developed to create mass generators of free energy all day every day, so that technically doesn't
Right.
need to be, you get what I mean, so there technically doesn't have to be or need to be a use of diesel and fuel machinery when it comes to when it comes to actually fueling and powering, powering up these EMVs and these electric cars. And there's a lot of things that need to be refined, but it causes for that that organic education, right? That organic understanding of sciences that we learn all the way back in elementary school, versus getting into the, the egoism of things, as you get older. Because you learn, we, a lot of us go through this. You understand the elementary principles of things, but then, once you get out of those basic elementary principles of life and knowledge, and you grow up, you get out of kindergarten, and you get into uh you know college and the universities, then the world, you forget a lot of the basic elementary principles of life and science and nature. They give you a lot of this stuff in third grade, fourth grade, teach about biology, stuff like that. But then now these things have been totally forgotten, right? And you don't even realize, once you get out of that, you're caught up in, working against working against, bioorganisms and biology, natural biology of things, or you're not understanding how to maintain the balance of, the bioform.
Yeah,
And
I think that's what you're saying.
you get what I mean? Like
You
you
know,
get, or
once
you
like people
maintain a
go
balance in the elements, huh?
like once people go to college, then they start looking people at people based on more advanced professionalisms, like, oh, he's a rocket scientist, or he's a brain surgeon, and people try to figure out what level of respect to give people when the truth is really back in those early grade years, giving you the foundations of the education system. It's almost like the way it's almost like things are going backwards, because really the brain and the babies are more subtle to information at a younger age, so you should be teaching the more advanced, like, physics stuff and the calculus at a younger age, and then take them to the level of first grade, and then you're done. You know what I mean? And you're out of the school system.
or
Yeah,
or when you're in a university, like it's been mentioned, by many other Moorish scholars. When you're in a university, you need to be learning about the universe, right?
that
And
is
if you're in a college,
yeah.
like if you're in a college, you need to be learning how to be a colleague. Simple, right? And work together in partnerships. But for, like I was, like, to the point I was saying, like, you get out of elementary, high school, and things like that, you forget your elementary principles, and you start looking at the world through the guise of religion. You forget all that you learn in science, right, and natural biology and things like that, or even history, and things that you can find as concrete in history, and you throw all that away to accept a sectism, because that's when people start getting into cliques and groups, and they religious sects. People become more religious. They lean on religion as a crutch, especially if they can't find economic positioning. This is why a lot of religious things kind of be put into the forefront because of this factor, because you don't have a way to understand, to to position, or even have opportunity to position yourself in a in an economy, in an economic manner. You have no clue how the financial system, no understanding, how to work finances, how to protect your finances. This is why I say in college you should be learning how to be a colleague, learning how to position yourself economically, right? But the the societal norms is totally warped, from giving people that understanding. So they have nothing but faith, hope, and belief to function on. If you was given a guaranteed position and um a part in society, a part in your economy, and this part and this position is guaranteed, you've been working and training for this part all your life, and it's guaranteed when you get out of college, when you get out of that university, right? In the university, you should be studying the universe. So this is going to be my part and my contribution to the universe. And when you get out of that, this is what you're going to be doing to participate in that, using that skill, and that genre of knowledge that you studied and went into to help benefit people in a universal way. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we throw all that away, and then we lean on religion and baseless philosophies as a crutch.
I think that there's like this. It's almost like two parts to the story, and they're kind of coming to a head. You know, it's almost like one's dropping down and one's rising up, and in that, you're getting to a sense of truth. You do have a lot of kings and queens, and the kings, were taught a completely different knowledge
Yep.
base than what the average Joe on the street would be taught. Normally be craftsmen, or most couldn't read. So it's kind of like completely different. And with the technologies, it's like almost open to where anybody can start growing in unique manners, um, which can lead to more challenges, and people being a little bit more disruptive, and what they would term as ADHD, which I just consider, being able to turn the channel and being able to be aware that there's a lot more information than what was given to you through the scholastic, layerings.
Program.
Up.
That's right. And upbringing. Yep.
I've been really big on. I don't know if you watch the dude Billy Carson, um, but he's been doing a lot of forbidden knowledge stuff. Which, I mean, he has his books and his marketing and capitalistic materials and whatnot. Which I'm
Mm-hmm.
not against the capitalism. I'm really more into like community building and socializing, with capital, and being cherishable with that, and cherishing people over things. But I get, we are in those times where it sucks, where you do see the capital markets are running off on a tangent based on, whether it's survival or greed. It's causing more harm and not making sense to the truth. Is like, are we just going to live in that state of being kind of dumb about things, or is there
Right.
that technology and that capability that's already been created, that that is secret, and is there reasons for us to run off of diesel? I mean, there's a level of I mean, I think this starts getting into the I think, I'm not for tonight's communication, but talking about how this is a prison planet or hell, and people have to live out sentences based on whatever crimes have been committed, maybe in another life or whatever,
Right. Right. The
versus
spiritual
this
aspect.
being being a co-creative space, or the ability to find that joy and find that love, and to advance because of building better, being aware that there's a good and there's a better, and working towards the best in
A
awareness
better
of that.
way. That's
Have
where the, like you mentioned, the refinement. That's where the refinement come in.
right. Yeah, just being able to get your hands dirty, ideally too. It's like, is it going to be, I've not really been big about the military just like dropping the Venus Project on my head. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather see people being able to tap into the CAD systems and the 3D printing, and being able to build it from a micro level and distribute outwards. But that even is taking away from corporations, businesses, the status quo. So it's a really deep communication that I'm glad we're having, and I'm praying that it leads somewhere, to actually benefit humanity versus keep
This
people in the
this is
dark.
why this is why I've been solely pushing us to get into the new logical thinking, because this is something that is an inheritance for indigenous Moorish peoples. You follow what I'm saying? And so,
Right.
um, you don't find too many of us Moorish people or indigenous people in this conversation. And all of the contributions are going to the same people who try to, whitewash or, change the narrative of history that we're already seeing, the influence of that. And, it's just like the other techniques that are, worn down and played out, that are causing people to de-evolve. You get what I'm saying? And minimize themselves. So with us getting into something that is naturally a inheritance for us as a people, we are the progenitors of that school of thought. this is why I refer to get into, Jim James and the book Stolen Legacy. Those type of publications, will kind of activate the understanding that, we need to be into this new logical thinking. We need to create a community around it, build a brand around it, have someone in the forefront. I respect the brother Billy, but at the same time, I must honor our ancestors and set the record straight, right? So a lot of the information that comes from Billy, and that just those category of people that are um in the same genre as Billy, we we kind of get into a more specified positioning of the space, because we're not just telling people what these scriptures mean, or what these old texts mean. We're actually reading them. We're actually getting into them together, getting into the actual source information, and actually looking at them from the lens of indigenous peoples, not just the lens of the outside observer, but how the indigenous peoples communicated and reference this information itself, getting into the specific terms, the languages, the text, and reading the actual text and itself, translating and reading transliterations of the text itself, and getting into what these things are saying. And we're bringing that new logical understanding that they had into to the forefront of today. So that allows us to get into any other system of learning, any other system of faith, and understand how it positions itself, accordingly. So, I respect, them, but we have an
Yeah.
inheritance. And so getting into that inheritance and adapting that new logical perspective, that puts pressure on us to also complete things like the Venus Project, right? From a people, a people's base standing from
That's
the
what
basis of the people.
is like, instead of it just like, he does a lot of promotions of like, even he has like a great idea for a stock or whatever, that into the whole forbidden knowledge entity, and so people can be able to start working through that leveraging. But like the difference would be is like getting your hands getting your hands dirty, being able to know that you can make use of the blogs, whether whatever religious stance. Like, we're not talking about just you and I talking about religious texts and deciphering them. We're talking about anyone has the ability to create a website or a blog, and then being able to have translating tools on there to where anybody around the world can read whatever language you're writing in, based on whatever whatever information that you found, and then being able to bring that together in discussions and grow with that, so that people feel like they have a place, and they're not, their roots aren't being rejected, and their knowledge base isn't being rejected, the roots and foundations of their ancient heritage. And in that, you gain a sense of getting your hands dirty, getting, putting people in the mix of creating something rather than just making an investment in something. So yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's the difference. But I love that
yeah,
he's
that's
been
the
getting, on the
creative
mainstream,
part.
he's been getting a lot of cool stuff out there about free energy, and like, oh, we're, we've already been here, and there's millions, advanced civilizations have been here, and yeah, I think it's great because it opens people's mind up to want to kind of come back down to earth eventually. But I think I think that can only go so far without actually having um, a cog in the system to turn a wheel and create,
Right.
that.
I'm glad you mentioned it that way, because we're operating from the Moorish science temple of America. It's a theocratic government to, sovereign theocratic government to polity. And then you have the ability with that to create projects. Not, and not to say we won't create, financial structures and things like that, but that's a single entity in a corporation. We are a governmental body in a divine movement that has many different parts, many different temples, many different branches of temples, subordinate temples that are structured. you know, in different functions. And we're bringing to our people an acknowledged, and documented inheritance, right? And with that inheritance comes a project. So this is not just making people aware of the knowledge and, what the ancient history says, and, getting people to invest in a particular company. This is getting people to, put boots on the ground, be archaeologists, be, tradesmen, be labormen of different skills and trades, that is gonna, require us to build an indigenous ecosystem, a mutually symbiotic ecosystem across the world. So we're not just informing people of what the ancient Sumerians said and did, and they had advanced technology. No, we're those people that are trying to, uh, bring back those expressions of those advanced technologies, possibly, not reverse engineer, but re-engineer those in a modern day society, what they look like, and be who our ancestors are. This is what we read from the messages of the prophet, right? You are without a doubt or contradiction, you know, you are your ancestors. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, right. I mean, that's why I've been showing up, because I strongly know that's what is needed. Based on a lot of the challenges that have been mentioned, even this evening. There's a lot of distortions on why people hold firm to their belief systems, because outside of that they'd be weak. And so no matter what, the digital frontier is already starting to make people already feel a little bit woozy, so to speak, because those inner dialogues, or those you know foundations that people once worked with, are being um usurped, or over overstood by other forces that have the same challenging base, which leads to argumentative based dynamics. And that's not the goal. The goal is truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So yeah.
Truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So to get into a little more specific uh, of current events, I think we mentioned last week the whole shoe with Trump and Biden with the chicken, and the pushback between that, the whole political thing. You know, um, we seeing how these these spats are really playing out, and how they are affecting uh how they are affecting society around us. And like I said, it's gonna be a crazy thing to witness. It's gonna be definitely some crazy stuff to witness. But as far as this past week, I really haven't seen too much outside of what is already happening. I haven't seen too much outside of what's already taking place. Other than what we witnessed happen last week. I know they're going back and forth on Twitter as of late, and I still have yet to get into the Carson interview with Putin. So I'm gonna definitely try to do that this weekend, over the weekend, and check that out.
I finished it. It was good. It was basically Putin explaining, like, their roots and their histories, on how things led up to where they got to, and Tucker kind of making his moves on being able to clear the air between the two states, so to speak. So it's
Okay.
pretty straightforward. I think Tucker did another interview that's like a 3 hour long interview, where he is able to speak out and bring clarity to maybe social media and the newscasting and the news industry. I think that's the next one that I'm about to get on. I like, he kind of reminds me of my father. He kind of looks like a little bit like that kind of that vibe. I don't know what his blood type is, but he seems pretty cool.
Tucker.
Intelligent, whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. during his Fox days, I really wasn't, feeling him too much. Some of the stuff, I know he would be on point than the others, but of course, that sleight of hand type of attitude towards indigenous people, didn't really, don't really sit well with me. But
I know
far
you'd
as
be
his,
like
huh?
you'd be like that. Like I don't know what forces are at play when it comes to him as an entity, but yeah.
Yeah, and I get you. But as far as his intelligence and just his interpretations on a lot of political issues, I definitely resonate with. When you're in your right mind, you'll have no choice but to resonate with the right things. So those things do, they do stick out for, they do stick out for me, and resonate with me. But um, for the most part, I really got hip, uh, really got hip to Tucker more in like 2021, 2022, when a lot of the stuff was coming out about Trump. So I definitely got more acclimated with him during that time period. So for updates, as we mentioned, for the past 2 weeks, we are definitely monetized on YouTube. You continue to rock with us here. Check out our old sermons. Our last couple audios may have some audio trouble because we had to record them from Clubhouse and put them on YouTube. There was no other way for me to get it at the moment. So we we do have some sermons or some kupas, some holy day gatherings that are having that are pumping out some bad audio. But we ask you all to kind of bear with us with that, and you will now have better audio as we continue on with our next kupas and sermons. We'll definitely be giving much better audio, and we do have the opportunity, as I mentioned also as well last week, to bring people on to our sales team. We got a couple positions that are opening up, and we're looking also to collaborate with people in the content creation space, do interviews, branding, different things like that, and work with our people, especially our people in the national and divine movement. So that's one of the things that we can definitely come together on, and work together. And we'll be continuing to work on different channels to create that multi-stream of income and get on different platforms. Once we pretty much got one platform producing, we'll jump to the next platform, maybe Twitter more possibly. We can get on Facebook and Instagram, but I kind of lost interest in Instagram and Facebook, and I've shifted back towards Twitter. And recently, just last year, put my all my focus on YouTube. And now, we reached our goal on YouTube, so we're looking forward to kind of expanding from YouTube to Twitter, and see what other platforms we could get monetized on, and just build up the brand. We do have the nominee that we're offering shares into people that join the channel, and get involved. And the things that we'll be doing with the nominee, the Bitcoin smart contracts, that most definitely will be talked about more during our events, and we're open for questions for that as well. You know, and what our goals is, things like that. We ain't gonna tell you everything because you know the service is public, but definitely the temple meetings outside of the service will be private. The information and things like that that we discuss in our temple meetings, which which are private. So they will be kept private. um but we will give the updates that we can to everyone that'll be tuning in to the temple services, our temple's sermons and lectures and kupas from Clubhouse. Now on Telegram, that will be recorded on YouTube. I mean, uploaded to YouTube, and you guys be able to catch the updates every time we upload. And I think since we're on a better platform now, and we keep up with our time, we'll be able to get the recording up on YouTube much more quickly. So you'll be looking at every Saturday for us to drop the sermon. That way you guys could check out the sermon for Friday. Or if you want to hear it live, just join us from Telegram. If you're listening this far in and you want to be a part of what we're developing, a part of the community, come join us here on Telegram. Come join in the conversation live on Telegram. Click the link that's in the bio on YouTube and join us. And we most definitely would be glad to have you and joining our community and the things that we're developing. We got products that are on the YouTube channel as well. So you guys want to go ahead and get some of the merch. You can wear the holy keys, the crest of the holy keys around. And especially those that are in the divine and national movement, understand what those holy keys mean. Understand what the master teacher, for those that understand what the master teacher did, for those that follow the master teacher and the works of the master teacher, and why we created the holy keys the way we did. For those that are interested in this new religious order, this new ethereal order that we're talking about, same thing. Come get involved. Come join the community where we're gonna grow and build our newlogists, our presence as newlogists, as professional newlogists, spiritual guides who use the science of the divine mind, which is newlogy. This is our study. This is our form of what they call psychology. So we're healing the nations by giving the right knowledge, the right wisdom for the right understanding, the true light as the prophet came to bring. The prophet didn't just say you're gonna find everything about the true light through the prophet. The prophets say we honor all true and divine prophets. So that means you're gonna be studying people's works. You're gonna be studying other people's contributions. We're gonna be getting into other contributors, other newlogists that come on board to this society, this Nucratic society. We even established and affirmed our global nucracy. But our people, especially our Moorish people, have to understand the inheritance of what a nucracy is. This is your inheritance. You are the people, the people of the book. You are the news bearers. This is what that sign. This is what this will be called. In religion, we call it the gospel, but in professional industry, we call it newlogy. And it could be called the noetic philosophy, natural philosophy. You have the noetic society. We called it the Nocratic society because we're operating from a political standpoint with with your political status and things like that. That that comes into to fruition with this. You're changing your political status.
See,
So
that's
you
where
got Democrats.
I'm a little bit like on the fence with that whole political status, because like once my father paid for me not to exist, and I've been here to pay it forwards online income with the whole blogging, I've been in like this weird state, you know what I mean? Because I'm all about people just paying it forwards every 7 days and investing in, thrive based abundant environments. But I get that there's the whole, having to change your status, and like there's the whole passports, and then there's the world service based stuff that, people are talking about that just being a what's it called, like a novelty based kind of sensationalism, not really based on anything. And then people have used that to actually pass through, different types of, customs in different regions around the world. So it's like, with the CCTV and the technologies, there's a whole, future that's getting back to that prison planet view, or what it is that we build here. And so I'm open to people declaring their nationality, but I don't know what that is right now, and I don't know where I fit in based on not really even existing. It's like I don't even know what's going to go down in the next few days either. So it's like I'm in a weird state.
What you mean by the next few days? What you mean by that?
Like just like like the prophet said, it's not just I'm not the only one here who's like needing finances. There's the whole reason for setting up with the whole
Right.
blogging and paying it forwards is a multitude of people who should be representing what trickle down theory. People talk about trickle down theory, but we're with the internet, we're with the cloud. It's like trickle down theory is on us. It's like there's people next door who have money, and there's people who are next door who don't have money, and it's like, well, what do you need all that money for? What are you saving it for? What are you going to do with it? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
eventually, get a mansion, a bigger house. I mean, there's certain levels of developing your local community to where you'll actually have a lot more fun. You'll enjoy your neighbors if you invest in the projects that lead towards that kind of environment. um, for bringing the communications back. I mean, I think most people right now are still in this state of just being caught up in their houses, watching YouTube videos all day, and then they, live absorbing all this entertainment and media, and then they die, and they never really got to explore the world, and they never got to meet other cultures, and they never got to grow outside of their sphere. So it's like that. That's not necessarily a bad thing if, one group of people is trying to take over the world and get rid of a lot of people. I mean, that's a real easy
Well,
way to do that. They just let
the
people,
thing is, though, you got to
isolate themselves.
remember at the end of the thing is, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's all choice. It's a, you know, at this day and time, it's a choice whether you want to be poor or not, right?
There's a dichotomy with that too, with the technologies.
Well, no, I mean, before you dealing with technology, you got to make the choice whether you're gonna be, wealthy or poor. Wealth and riches and who the concept of have and have nots, it does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but at the same time, there is a choice whether you choose to be wealthy or not, right?
Right. There's their pastor and the congregation, and the pastor ain't necessarily right, but people pay him.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get to the point of you saying, uh, the neighbor, they have funds, then the next one they might not have funds. You
There's
still
the
got to
vehicle,
remember.
the car maker. There's like the vehicle maker who makes a bunch of different cars, and they pay out their small portion of people, and then there's all the people who can't afford those cars, and so they just basically get made and they get destroyed.
Right, but I get you. But the thing is, what you gotta understand is what I'm trying to get you to see the balance of is you have a corporatocracy, like you mentioned with the person with the cars, right? But at the same time, you have a meritocracy as well that creates a balance between the corporatocracy thing. So you have different systems at play,
It's not a
right?
really balance. Yeah, we can say it's imbalance. Okay.
Yeah, meritocracy does bring balance to to corporatocracy, because
Say it sometime.
like I
Yeah,
said,
okay.
you have, like, for example, listen what I'm saying. You have the choice to whether you get rich or you get poor or you stay poor, right?
It's back to the whole, one man's heaven is another man's hell. Abundance of
Right.
love for some is wealth, and what is love? Versus the IOU notes and cash, currencies that have been created as
I
being
mean, but
wealth.
you
That's
gotta
wealth for
understand
some
that
people.
too. That's
You know
why
what
I
I mean?
said meritocracy, because love could be saturated, right? Love means a fat booty to one person, right? And then
Right.
but and then love means giving and caring and nurturing. And then to another person, it's altruism, which is not necessarily love. It's self and uh it's self mutilization. Is you basically, it's you being a parasite to yourself, right?
There's that balance.
So
You do have those pastors who are feeding off of the congregation. They need that attention. That's an
right, but this
energy
is what I'm
flows
trying to
and
get you to
tension.
understand. That shouldn't be the focus. You shouldn't have that focus at all if you're trying to do the right thing, right?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying we're at the end of a rope because you have, a lot of these people who have been involved in the construction industry and they've been involved in these different fields. And so those buildings have been built, those ideas have been made, and now it's just rehashing out, those functions without really giving placement for the people who are the on the ground floor, So it's just being in a position to be involved in trickle down theory with the cloud, knowing that we're at the end of a rope of an old system, is the best move that I can see proceeding forwards versus just trying to jump ship from one boat to another, unless that other boat, whether it's nationalism or it's sustainable development locally
Well,
within
see,
your own
that's
little
the thing.
community.
That's
It's
okay.
generally
So that's the thing about
the best
politics. Politics
influence.
politics gets it's its own genre, because it is its own genre. When you start like really convoluting the line between the genres, that's when you start to have trouble, right? So we know that faith based is different than philosophical, right? We know that philosophical is different than political, right? These
Right.
things have their own genre, but they have a bridge to each other, right? And you can walk from, the bridge of faith into the bridge of philosophy and an outlook for life, right? And that outlook could be something faith based, or that outlook philosophically doesn't necessarily have to be faith based, right? It doesn't have to concern faith, might be anti faith. But then the political bridge of how you behave socially and the social circles you decide to put yourself in, and how they work the formulas of a functioning society, that's different. This is why I brought up the statement about the balancing out of corporatocracy with meritocracy, because when you talk about corporatocracy, that's just a philosophical standing of politics. You
A
follow what I'm saying?
military industrial complex. Yeah, it's just a military industrial complex if you really get down to the nitty gritty of it, and in that you have your sacrifices, based
But
on your based
the
on your
thing is, the
ancient
military
ruling.
industrial complex, that's just one philosophy. That's not all of the other type of
Yeah,
philosophy in politics, right?
I get that. I just like I'm looking at it as like back in the day, how they used to have sacrifices, like the Sun Peoples, and they talk, like I don't know what that movie was. I can't remember it, but
You talking about not 10,000 BC, but
yeah, the apocalypse
Apocalypto.
by Mel Gibson or something like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like they used
Uh-huh.
to like sacrifice people because of whatever belief systems, and like now it's just based on the corporatocracy having their powers. You have a military industrial complex, and it's the same thing, just on a millions of people level versus a few hundred. You get what I'm saying?
Right. All right. And I see where you're going. I definitely I see the validity in your point, and I don't want to take away from that validity, but I do want to help you understand that, for example, like the apocalypto thing, right? If you get into the ontology of that situation, for example, that came that came in with people that had more of a lunar based philosophy or moon based type philosophy or religious traits and cultures. But if you actually go back into the origins of the Azteca and the cultures of those rituals, they wasn't necessarily self-sacrificing themselves and their community. That came later
Self,
on, and it was like a real
following
short,
God
you know,
blueprints.
a real short time in history. Huh?
Yeah. Like, I'm not
So
big on self-sacrifice. I'm more into following the God-given blueprints. If there's different writings and different organizations and different, focus where attention goes, energy flows. There's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of Moors in the churches that aren't being, whether it's being true to themselves or being true to the nature of things, the
or
universal
yeah, or
reasoning.
they don't even get the knowledge of them being Moors. Right, right. And I get you on that. And that's exactly kind of what I'm getting at here, because the thing is that what you witness, it was given to you in the guise of what an indigenous culture was, right? But if you don't have a thought frame on what political theories are involved, you won't be able to really interpret those happenings for what they are. And all you saw was basically an indigenous depositism. But depositism is depositism and tyranny everywhere you go. And I'm pretty sure you heard me say this a lot of times before and quote the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York. The help that you're looking for is at the end of your own hand, right?
He's
So,
technically, in my view, the help that I'm looking for has already been in prison for however many years since the 90s, if that makes sense.
would you say that again?
Like I said, the help that I've been looking for has already been in prison since the 90s, if that makes sense.
Who are you talking about?
So I think we just said who we were talking about. I have a hole in my
Oh,
side.
no,
How did
no,
you
he not the
someone treat
90s,
me
but
right?
I get you now. I get you. Not the 90s, but the 2000s. He didn't go to jail till
Yeah.
2004.
Okay. But yeah, exactly.
But this is the thing. At the same time, that person that we're talking about, listen carefully to what I just said. The help that you're looking for is at the end of your own what? Hand, right?
Fingertips, under my nose, right. Truvies.
I mean, not the end of your own hand, but the end of your own arm. And what is that? That's your hands. That means meritocracy. Stand on your own merit, do the work yourself, DIY, do the labor yourself. Because the leader that you're looking for is not Malachi York. It's you, the man in the mirror. You got to be
I
able
got
to
you.
lead.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? So this is the
Yes.
thing. This is why I say the things that we point out are able to see that are not right with the world. There's another saying that the troubles that happen in the world is because good men decide to do nothing. You good, well, and able, right?
I'm praying that we're sparking something in somebody to get those good men to pay attention, wake up, and start
And
solidifying.
we most definitely are. But this is the thing. This is the thing. It starts like you mentioned, like I think 2 weeks ago. It starts with self. So if I don't get self together, I can't help somebody else, right? So, but the thing is, like we just quoted, the help that you need is at the end of your own hand. Sometimes you may have to take that hand and grab your brother's hand or your sister's hand. But at the same time, you're dealing with people and you're surrounding yourself with people that are active and uh, being uh, and being centered with themselves. So when it comes to political status, right? When it comes to political status, that's all the clarity that you need, bro. Because I mentioned three types of political status. You got Democrat, you got Republic, and then you have the ancient, most ancient form of it, authoritarian, right? And you just pointed out the the bad way to use the authoritarian political structure, where you get despotism and you get tyranny, you get tyrants, bad dictators. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, they talk about the heads of snake. You kill the king. The head of a snake or
Right,
whatever.
the Ouroboros. But the thing is, right, the snake that eat his own tail. But that's the thing. You don't want to be that in your own mind. You don't want to be. You don't want to. You don't want to be parasitic to yourself, right?
I think I get what
So
you're saying.
you get what I'm saying. So now, when it comes to being in these political statuses, understanding public republic means just presentment of the public. You just representing the public. This is the public the public representing itself. Democrat, it means a structure of society that makes the rules in a mob kind of way. Then authoritarian is a dictatorship. It's your mama and your daddy. Your mama and your daddy you grew up with dictators your whole life. But we only come out with looking at the lens. You can choose to see things in a positive light, or you can choose to see things in a negative light, or you can give respect to both parallels, but understand how to lead your life in a positive light. Now, if you choose to lead your life in a positive light, you're not worried about the whims and the woes, because that helps you fulfill your purpose. If it wasn't, just being frank, if it wasn't stupid people, it would be no need for smart people to help out. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I mean
if
that's
you
yeah,
if
that's
you if you didn't make mistakes, but this is the key balance in the middle. If you didn't make mistakes, how would you grow? So you have to have people that make mistakes, and you're gonna have people that make mistakes, and they're gonna reach out to people that learn from their mistakes. You follow what I'm saying?
yeah. Illumination is this day and age is your alternating current is based on
Elucidation.
moving in opposing form, creating that light that's turned on. It's definitely different than direct current. Like that's how I look at
Right.
the internet, and like even the defining of the Democrats and Republicans, whether it's left brain, right brain, or even like the Americas and the Moorish, the Science Temple of America, and the two different types of nationalisms, and where do people direct their pride? I mean, all that is based on a level of on off and illumination. If you can just see that they're two currents, it's like one road, two directions. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. But this is why I say you're changing your political status, and the key to changing your political status, because this is the thing you have to take into account when it comes to political status. You have to take into account that the disenfranchisement of the Negro, black, and colored, right? When it comes to this country, you have something that's called free white status, right? And the whole naturalization thing in American history. And so you have the loss of a status for those people that are considered Negro, black, and colored, right? So uh when it comes to the republic, when it comes to democracy, we know that these histories of political systems, they come from certain philosophers, right? But those same philosophers got that information from uh the dominion of Africa, those indigenous peoples' dominions. So these are different branches of the original political structure that the whole old world the old world existed on. And so understanding the concept, this is, and I'm pretty sure you should be acclimated with this already. This is why I say this, this should already, you should already have clarity on this. Shouldn't really be no hang up for you, because you understand that you are a part of divine nature. You follow what I'm saying?
To a degree. I mean, like, there's that whole statement of biological, you know, definement, and with the whole hospital saving my life, I've had to process, like, I've had to go really into deep introspection and almost a zero point within my own psyche to be able to comprehend what you're saying about the whole Ouroboros, and not being stuck there. And that's kind of where I'm on the path out of that. I'm on the journey of rising beyond that, where I don't think most people even go in that direction in the first place to even get into those realms. And even if they do, they don't necessarily live through it to even see a path forwards to get out of it. You get what I'm saying? So it's like I'm in this really interesting dynamic place where it's like all that journey, that whole process of delving really deep, has its reasonings and its purpose. And I feel
But
like a
okay,
lot of that has been surprisingly,
let's
a lot of it's been expressed. So
let's touch on some key things with that. What you said, you have spiritual darkness, right? And then you have spiritual light, right? You follow what I'm saying?
yeah, that's yeah. The
You-
two directions, one road. Yeah.
you're coming out of spiritual darkness, what they would call spiritual ignorance, into spiritual understanding, right?
Right, based on the challenges of having that hole in my side and having to work with the scar tissue building up from my scar, and then feeling displaced from
Well, this
my
is outside of
body too.
the flesh. The So when you get into the divine, the divine is outside of the flesh. The divine, we understand, is bigger than the me and the I and the ego. You follow me?
True.
So you're coming out of the spiritual darkness, which is what the ego traps you in, right? I, me, and how I look and how I wear. I'm fat, or I got a big gluteus maximus, right?
Well,
I
no,
look
but I feel
fine in the mirror.
like I feel like this sensation, like it gurgles. There's something wrong. And like I said yesterday, like the doctors aren't providing warranties for saving babies' lives and operating. Whether they're experimental surgeries or not. There's a whole level of processing, and this goes back to the corporate, wasting of these vehicles, and people aren't even capable of buying them. They're just making them because there's money involved in that. There's a whole system that's like on a tangent. And so that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to
Right,
learn
right,
about
and but that's the thing, right? You want to be of service, you want to help, but see, that's the divine. You're here because you feel it's your divine duty, your divine purpose, right? You're not out there screaming, you know, uh, the
right.
same narratives that an atheist would throw out there, right?
That's exactly the point. I ain't out there like with the picket sign, and getting mad and rioting and getting on the
And
streets, burning
screaming
buildings down. Exactly.
anarchism, and anarchy.
Yeah,
So this is okay.
like I've been totally like not for that, and I've probably had reasons to be more angry than half these people out there sensationalizing that shit. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So look, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is why I said, what I mentioned about the Ouroboros. It's you don't want to be self-parasitic, because this is simple. This is why I say you should already have clarity on this. You understand faith. You understand divine purpose. You understand the divine. It's not to a degree. You get it 100% simple. It's simple. It's not complex. Your political status is theocratical. We are a sovereign, theocratic government, right? We have faith in the divine, the God, the Most High, Subhanahu wa Taala, the Elohim, Amen Ra, Mother Neat, Mother Newt, the divine, the Thunderbirds, the Kachina, whatever the deities that they refer to, the angelic forces, the positive angelic forces of nature, the divine angelic forces of nature, not just the good and the bad angels, right? But the divine intelligence of nature itself, the divine mind. That's
Yeah,
theocratic.
that's like the valley lows and the mountain highs.
Right, but this is where I'm trying to get you to focus not on the dualities of life, not the splitting of the mind, coming to the singularity. You follow what I'm saying? That
I'm
this
here.
is where
Bridge building is the best move I can think of when it comes to looking at the wasteland that's being created because of the tangents. So it's like this is the best way to create a bridge from leading. You know,
right, but
uh,
you gotta
yeah,
have that singularity in your own mind's eye, right?
yeah. I ain't
Like
trying to do it
like
for anybody else other than myself right now. If I don't know how to build that bridge to get across it, then like how am I going to tell anybody else there's a path there?
right. That's why we going into this, because the thing is, you mentioned going into the 0 point. That's the divine. That you're
True.
talking about the divine cycle, the divine mind, connecting back with your source, the divine intelligence, right? Not everything else, the duality of nature, your ego, my body, the ways of the world, the troubles of the world. You're connecting back with the divine source first, right? So when it comes to having clarity on political status, it's just that simple. You're theocratic, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
We're
even look at this. People get lost in the seven chakra systems when really it's the divine is working through all those systems, and you're getting
all
stuck
those,
in one or the other, and they're all happening at the same time, no matter what.
right, the multi-dimensionality, the Elohim, right, exactly. So this is the point of what I'm getting at right here. So it's not a question that you don't understand the divine, right? That's automatic. So it's not to a degree, like I said, it's 100%. So when it comes to changing your political status, you don't look at politics the same way a Republican does. You don't look at politics the same way a Democrat does. You look at politics the way a person who has faith in the Most High, who understands divine nature. Nature
Two
is its own
together.
governing system, right?
I said where two or more come together in the name of, and names have power, names have frequency, vibration. There's a whole just like there's a whole education discussion on that one. We don't
But,
get
but
into
you
that
get what I'm saying,
tonight.
though, right? That's the singularity. But you get what I'm saying, right? About
It's just
your political
thank you.
view.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Your political view resonates with your faith. It resonates with your philosophy. So your political view is the same, but you have to understand that you have a status politically, but it's not under the guise of Democrat or the guise of Republic. It's under the guise of an authoritarian form of government. But who is the sovereign in that government? God is the sovereign. Divine nature is the sovereign, right? Not President Joe Biden. Our president is the most high. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is where you get that what they call unshakable faith. You follow me? This is where you start to really realize the unshakable faith, because as the Calvinists, their perspective was that the sovereignty and things like that, right? Of God. God is king, right? And we are those royal people of his royal court, of his royal kingdom. And then you verify this with, like I mentioned yesterday, we were talking about cybernetics, right?
Algorithms, AI, yep.
Right. Technology, things that only can come from the divine intelligence that are giving you the premises of you having that thought, the static to the static energy to have that dynamic thought, right? That static potential kinetic energy to have that dynamic thought. Is ways to communicate and express these things. But put in all in simple and plain, keep it simple, your political status is theocratic. So you're changing your political status from being considered democratic or Republican, right, to theocratic. And as a person, like I mentioned earlier, Negro, those who consider Negro black and colored or have any drop of Negro blood in them, right, you don't have an official status that belong to you as a people if you've been disenfranchised, right? And you've been put in kidnapping, bondage, and slavery. You're not even looked at under these the the black law codes or the Negro codes. You're not even looked at as a person with a status. So to have a status, you go and proclaim your nationality. So it's not nationalism in the guise of two different forms of nationalism. It's only one one nationalism, and that's having a nationality. But nationality,
like why does one have to have one if you already have Biden out there doing his thing?
well, because we know how America runs. America's organic constitution, right? It's constitutional. So you get to be whatever you want in America. The people are the king. The people are a part of the sovereign. We are one with God.
I would think it's the homeowners. The homeowners are the kings and queens, right?
In a sense, they are. Because they call landlords. They are the lords of the kingdom. Right? They will be considered the Yahwehs of the kingdom. But that's because that is an industrial thing that has been, here since time immemorial. It's not going nowhere. When you cultivate land,
like when that gets into the whole going back to the the capitalistic markets, and then you have your apartment rentals, and it's just this churning system that's on a tangent. It's just like,
well, okay, but right, and I get you. But the thing is, you got to remember what I mentioned last week. That's not true capitalism. That's not true capitalism. You know what true capitalism is? You want to understand? Like, it's just real simple and plain what biblical, scriptural based capitalism is. If you out walking one day and you come across an orange tree with oranges on it, and it's just there, it grows oranges every year. They fall off the tree and they regrow next year and after the year after that. And you go grab an orange. Who's gonna get mad at you for grabbing an orange? That's gonna grow right back.
Not a person.
Not a person, not even nature. It was put there for you to have.
I think the orange, like, don't fruits and vegetables scream when you cut them? I'm sure that there's a little bit of frustration that they're being eaten, but I mean, I'm not here to.
But that goes back to I mean, right. But that's why I mentioned looking at things in a negative light or a positive light. You can have that aspect about everything. Water is living, everything is living. But if you don't understand the cycle of life and how things compose and decompose and things recycle into themselves, then you won't get that. You'll be looking at it as if you're doing something bad. You get what I'm saying? Or
we're in that solar cycle.
Right, this built up guilt complex that is illusionary, right? And comes from the Puritan origins of Christianity, the Puritan sects of Christianity. So that concept, if it's not really grounded in a proper natural philosophy understanding, then you'll be looking at it that way, right? But if you understand that, hey, I need water. Water is living. Water is alive. There's organisms in the water. Are they screaming when I eat them or drink them? Right. So that concept doesn't. You got to really walk out the logicisms of these things. This is where the nulogist comes. The nulogy, the nulogical understanding. You got to look at things not from just the logical, but the new logical way of understanding, looking at things from the divine perspective. Things are meant to be what they're meant to be. It is what it is, like Lauryn Hill say, right? It is what it
So
is. It's
what is
just
this?
nature.
It's having a human experience. So it's like I look at, a lot of the
Right.
people here are, the fallen angels who are having to have that human experience as the spirits that have fallen. So it's like that the spiritual nature and the divine nature is there. It's just a matter of making sense of this material body. It's
Human
like
centered.
for me, it's like I've done this millions of times, and I'm glad that we go through those waters of forgetfulness. I'm into the whole idea of reincarnation. And I'm into the idea of forgetting, because if you've already done it, a gazillion infinite amount of times, it's boring. You know what I mean? And
You're
so the life
born.
force is to create a sense of, you get what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's the piece.
it create a atmosphere of new experience. I'm with you. I'm with you. I know. I wasn't trying to cut your wisdom. I wasn't trying to cut your wisdom, but I'm definitely resonating with that. I definitely resonate with you. But you're getting what I'm suggesting to you, right? And so this is, it really isn't no trouble when it comes to the status. So when you proclaim your nationality as a Moorish person, we already addressed that earlier during the Cooper. When you address your nationality as who you are, nationality has to deal with politics. What we just talked about, that has to do with the politics of things and the bridge between politics and philosophy. So if you looking at, well, hey, because that's the thing that vegans get into and be stating toward the people that eat meat. Hey, you eat meat, you're harming nature, and this, that, and the third. But if you know, if you don't realize, this is why a lot of the teachings of Joshua and some of the avatars and things like that, these ancient philosophers, you get into them and really actually look at the guys and aspects of these things. This is why you build that connection. Like, for example, like I mentioned with the water, it's the same thing with water. But what you realize with doing the experiment with water, it's the same thing with other food sources and food substances. This is why prayer over food is important. But how many people understand the original intent concept of praying over your food? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's also like what I was saying about following the God-given blueprint, and therein lies the meditation, or there involves the meditation and the faith-based living and and that prayer. Yeah, the serenity of
So
prayer.
this is why you don't get caught up in skewed forms of thinking and the skewed forms of philosophy. Natural philosophy is the best philosophy. It's natural. So if divine natural is your authoritarian sovereign dictator and leader and king or whatever, right? That's not really a bad political status to have. There's nothing really to be confused about. You got three main forms of politics: the Republican, Democrat, and authoritarian, right? And in America, you got first class citizens and people that are considered second class citizens. Even though it might not be something, a designation and distinguishment made by the government, but it exists within society norms, right?
Yeah,
These are the
yeah,
unwritten rules of society. This is where civics comes in again. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. You find it in the insurance agents more than they.
exactly. So when you get into the establishing of your political status, you're establishing, hey, politically, this is where my standing is. You got me? I know who I am. I know, I am that I am. And, I resonate with those that understand the ancient form of authoritarian forms of nature. So you have the political system that's based on nature, not the political system that's based on, well, let's try this out, or hey, let's just do whatever the heck we want to do. You get what I'm saying? Nobody rules anything or governs anything or a divine purpose of any type of, you know, uh, uh, um, natural structuring or infrastructures at all. We don't follow none of that. When nature Doesn't work that way. If you take away all the bees, you're gonna hurt nature. If you take away all the all of certain animals, it starts to hurt the ecosystem, the ecology of the system, of the biosphere, the biosystem. So once you understand like how these different systems work with the next, this is why I say it's a natural balance within the divine. We live in a cybernetic earth, cybernetic divine nature, the cybernetic universe, however you want, look at that, omniverse. Everything is cybernetic. It's governmental structure. It's not some simulation. Hey, let me put some coding in and let me try this out. Click. No, it don't work that way. It's a balancement of life. You understand the balancement of life, the respect the structure and system of life, right? That's different. So you have a political status, the oldest political status there is. So it's nothing to get convoluted about, especially as Moorish people. You're claiming that you are the indigenous people of the earth. You have a political status that is, established by you. You are the progenitors of it. You follow what I'm saying? Indigenous people mean you come out of the land. You are a part of the land. You are native to the land. You are one with the land. Right? So all this goes back to nature, how nature operates. This is what the word nucratic is about divine nature. The political system of divine nature. So we're nucratic. Right? We're a nucratic theocracy. We're a theocratic government. Our authority is the divine, the Most High.
I'm just here to so there's a whole other layer that's been added because of the medical systems and even your scientists creating the biological, the pre-seed and all these different forms of being able to surgeries and basically what some people would call playing God. There is a level of balance that has to happen with the acceptance of these things. It's like that's where I think the tangent is still moving in a direction that I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is, don't get caught up in deities. They're not the source. You got to remember, they're not the source. They're just deities. Yeah, you got deities on earth. You got advanced intelligences. They're just an advanced intelligence. That's it. But they're not the divine intelligence. You follow what I'm saying?
Right. That's the
so is another duality of life. Don't get caught up in the dualities. That's the splitting of the brain. That's the splitting of the thinking. That's the the battling of the self. And you have to go through
it. You gotta trim trees once in a while, so there's a level of
you said you hug trees.
You got to trim trees. Sometimes you can trim a tree too much and it won't grow back. And then there's ways to trim a tree to where it will grow back better. But there's a level of, if it just grows completely, it'll be too, without, depending on how you're, authorizing nature. There we go.
That's refinement and being authorized through that. Exactly. That goes back to your point from earlier. Refinement. Understanding what refinement actually is. You get what I'm saying? That's the perfect way to explain refinement.
Exactly that, refinement. That's exactly what this whole thing's been about today, for sure.
Yeah, refinement. And I just wanted to set that example, because we set an example for the people that are listening, especially when you bring up things about, the unsurety about your nationality and about politics, right? So politically, we followed the American Republic structure of society. We have a constitutional republic, right? That constitutional side leaves us, the sovereign people of America, to constitute what our political structure is. We can choose to be a democratic state or a republican state, or democratic city or republican city, or even a theocratic city if we choose to do so. That's the constitute. What we constitute is what goes. So whatever community that you get with, and like I mentioned earlier, the disenfranchisement, things like that, right? And those that are considered Negro, Black, and colored, they had no way to proclaim their status. they were considered chattel property with no status. But now you have an outlet, and not just any outlet, you have the outlet to claim your original status as indigenous people, as royal theocratic indigenous people, right? That are connected with nature, the divine intelligence, and those faith-based philosophies that are in alignment with nature that you had in the past. Not that somebody, you thought, you got to move past the people that are using it for bad, right? Of course you're gonna have that. You're gonna always have that. You're gonna always have someone try to take something that's good and turn it bad, or try to manipulate it for something and pervert it and have perversion, right? You're gonna always have that, but that won't ever take away from what the true intent is. So this is why you stand in the positive light. You stand on the merit of truth, right? You get what I'm
And I
saying?
mean, those people taking advantage are usually those branches that'll get cut first. You know what I mean? Because they're
There
growing
you
out of
go. There you
force.
go. There you go, bro. It's simple and plain.
You talk about
And like I said, I just wanted to set that example, and we walk through this refinement together. So, we really refined the term of what it means about nationality. We went over in other Koopas about what the word naturalization mean, what the word nationalization mean, and what nationality means, right? And you have your state, you have America, uh uh you have Venezuela, you have Cuba, you have all these different countries, these states, right? And then you have the description of the type of people that are a part of that state. Like we have Euro American, um, German American, Italian American, you know, uh, Chinese American, Japanese American, yada yada yada. But for us, we are, like I said, a global polity. We are a global people as indigenous people who have a historic record before these geographical states. We have a polity that is a ethnic form of government structure. We are ethno government, ethnographic form, form of government to polity and structure. And those are your oldest structures of government. So that ties into the religious structures of government and the indigenous structures of government together. The religious corporations came after the indigenous tribes. So you're tying in not just a localized indigenous tribe, you're tying in the global term of what we all what we're all considered as a people globally. We're Moors. Like we mentioned earlier, everybody that has descendancy from Africa, technically they're Moors, right? We, quoted the master teacher. We all come together. Majority of us will be Moors. So it's simple on proclaiming your nationality. And us Moorish people, we established a lot of we built and developed a lot of the Republican structure, right? So we have nothing against the Republic structure, until a lot of the Democratic type of structures came about. But there's really no issue on someone that's authoritarian getting involved in Democratic or Republican, Libertarian. That's freedom of choice. You can be bipartisan, bicameral, all these different type of blends of political outlets. But as Moorish people, and what we do, huh?
I'm looking at myself as more biological, which like that has a legal definition that's different than what most people think of it as. But I'm definitely biological. I look at my son as being biological, and I don't look at most people as being biological. I think there has to be certain things that put
He
you
say
in
biological.
biological.
Right. I mean, yeah, but everything that we see walking in the human form might not be a bio. It might not operate organically. Bio just mean
Right.
organic. You get what I mean? But it's organic logic. You know what I mean? you're using organic logic, and that's essentially what I'm getting at, right? But and political means.
It ain't about me though. This ain't just about me. This is about the multitude and yeah, making
Well, I
sense.
mean, but the thing is, even if you say you're biological, politically you're nucratic. That's still nucratic. It's nature based. Bio is nature.
True that. I got you.
You see what I'm saying?
It's a
So
level of processing in a nucratic sense to be even able to comprehend the biological nature of things, right?
yeah, the biologics, being biological is a part of divine nature. It's organic. Nature is organic. It's not that's why I said it's not a simulation, right? You see what I'm saying? It's not robotic, right?
It's
So
more advanced looking than robotics, though. Like you watch a spider spin a web, and you're like, "Whoa!"
right. So this is why got into the factors of Moors can choose to be whatever they choose to be. People can choose to be whatever they choose to be, whether you choose to be libertarian, independent, yada yada yada. But being in touch with your inherited, being in touch with being in touch with your heritage, being in touch with your history, understanding ancient history. As Moorish people, as indigenous people, first we're standing on the first frame of thought, which is, like you said, biological, divine nature, the new logical way of thinking, right? The being connected with the divine mind way of thinking. That's first. And then it's you can get into whatever localized form of politics. But on a universal scale, we're organic, we're biological, we're nucratic, we're new logical, right? We're getting into that new logical way of thinking.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. 100% now.
So the Moors had the opportunity to do whatever. Like I said, we participated in developing a lot of the original republics. A lot of these countries and states were republics first, right? But at the same time, like I said, first we're standing on, like this. Like I mentioned, this is a nucratic constitutional form of government. I mean, this is a republic constitutional form of government here in America. This is a republic for the republic for which it stands, right? That republic structure was already here, and we went through different structures, confederate and this, that, and the third, till people had to figure out what form of structure works. But getting to the roots and the meanings of these terms is also what you have to do too, and sift through a bunch of different changes in history to keep up with the ebbs and flows of it, because it changes. But if you get to the root of it, is just three main political structures that came about. You have your authoritarian, you have your republic, and then you have your democratic. You should have clarity on why proclaiming your political status is important, especially for the next person, right? Hey, I'm connected with the organic, the original God, and God's original people. You get what I'm saying? I'm not getting caught up in man-made traditions, yada yada yada. It's just that simple. So when Moorish people decided to say, well, hey, I'm going to connect the branches of being, a Moorish American, which describes the type of American I am. I'm a Moorish American, meaning I have access to this rich inheritance, this rich heritage of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and both, a boatload of wealth of knowledge. So being Moorish doesn't subject me to, being an Italian American, because as a Moorish American, I probably got Italian in my blood. I probably got a mixture of, African Congo in my blood. You get what I'm saying? Lineages from
Yeah.
all over the freaking planet. You follow me? Because I come from the original
Going
people
back,
of the
yeah,
planet.
for years.
You follow what I'm saying? So the tapestry of the history and everything that we have access to as indigenous people is vast. That's why we call it a vast estate, right? And they talk about the estates in the Bible. But this is why it should not be, not a smidget of uncertainty. You know what I mean? This is what creates that certainty. Understanding those key points of nationality, what it's about. And we did go way over time. I'm gonna put the Wikipedia for nationality if I can, if it has one, put it in the chat, and then we're gonna close out with our divine instructions. I wanted to get into the Holy Quran, but I know we running late. We running late on time. We overtime actually. Uh so I'm gonna put the link to nationality. It states nationality is the status of belonging to a particular nation, defined as a group of people organized in one country under one legal jurisdiction, or as a group of people who are united on the basis of culture. In international law, nationality is a legal identification establishing the person as a subject, a national of a sovereign state. It affords the state jurisdiction over the person and affords the person the protection of the state against other states. Article 15 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights state that everyone has the right to a nationality, and no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality, nor denied the right to change his nationality. A person who does not have nationality of any state is a stateless person. So if you not with one of the, like we talked about last week or 2 weeks ago, if you ain't got, no state, no state body that you connected with, you considered a refugee. You stateless. So all these people talking about sovereignty, what sovereignty? You a one man island, no, and unknown, undiscovered island. Who the heck are you? You're not considered free. You considered a refugee. Because ain't nobody else on that island with you. Ain't no community. Y'all don't have a culture. What's your language? What's your flag that you guys follow? Or what's your banner? What's your motto? What's your tradition? What's your customs?
And that gets back into the whole not wanting things to get whitewashed and allowing people to cherish their heritages.
That's the point. That's the point. And that's the point. And some people decide to go deep. Some people decide not to go deep into their heritage. For others, especially like yourself, people get mad because you going. Hey, I know we go back to to so-called Negro, black, and colored. Some people don't like that, but that ain't your problem, right? That's where you had that effort mentality, right? Effort, screw it. That's them. I got to do me at the end of the day. I got to be me. I got to stand on my merit, stand on what I know to be true. And it's been proven true already, right? So if, they don't agree with, like we just read, they don't agree that the Moors refer to ethnic people, but then we look at the definition in the Spanish definition, it refers to an ethnic group of people. So who's telling the truth? The people of the language, with the language, or the people who are trying to interpret it from a political standpoint?
Go off on the tangent. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
What'd you say?
Saying there's people going off on a tangent, I was like, I don't know about all that. Hey.
Right, you see what I'm saying? So you seeing you seeing the evidence of who Moorish people are is right there in our faces. But we can't be worried about the naysayers and what they say Moorish people are not when we know the history and we know the truth, right? The history explains itself.
If anything, it sounds like someone chopped down a cherry tree, but the stump's still there. And a new tree's growing from it.
And a new tree is growing from it, right? So you can't stop nature. You can't stop nature, right? Simple and plain. You can't stop nature because regardless, it's gonna find somewhere to root out and reattach itself, or it's gonna decompose and turn into something else, turn into some worms or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's like get rid of all the trees. There's always gonna be roots and trees, you know. Yeah.
And bio organic life. So it's there. We don't have to question divine nature, the creation of life, nature itself. So when it comes to nationality, um like we see, it's about being a part of a nation state, right? And so understanding America is the nation state, but it also connects us as Moorish people to a global state of an ethnic group, right? So that ethnic group is a group of people who share a common ethnic identity, language, culture, lineage, history, and so forth. So we have what they would call autonomous status. We are an administrative division of the United States government. As Moorish American people, we are Moorish people. We self-govern, right? And we are a subnational administrative division, right? With the ability to have our own internal territories, which are the temples of a sovereign state, which would be America, that gives us that degree of autonomy and self-governance. And if we take it further back, then you have certain levels of suzerainty, not just sovereignty, but suzerainty. You tapping into your impunity and not just the immunities that you have as as a people that has this rich heritage, this rich you know this rich deposit of culture. So people have problems with being subjected to something. Subjected just don't necessarily means you're under the footstool of someone, some individual man that you can see. No, if I'm in a marriage, I'm subjected to the laws of that marriage. So I'm under the rules of that marriage. These are the rules I decide to govern myself by. You make the rules for yourself. You can break your own rules. You decide to break your own rules. This is what becoming the man, the leader and the man in the mirror, standing up, for yourself and understanding the power within self has great importance. But with that, I really hope that those that are, listening, from what we going into, really really take heed to what we saying. And like I mentioned, you have your ethnic autonomous territories, you have your ethnic you have your ethnic political political bodies or governmental bodies. And that's what Moors mean. It's a descriptive term of what type of Americans we are. It describes the type of Americans we are. Yeah, clearly. But that also comes with its own rich culture, heritage, and history. And as Moorish people that are considered Negro, Black, and colored, there's Negro, Black, and colored people all across the planet. All across the planet. The mitochondrial DNA of the Negro, Black, and so-called Negro, Black, and colored woman has the pigments and has the the potentialities of all pigments of skin colors within within her. And we understand that that's old news, but those that don't understand it from that perspective, from a nationality perspective, because they get a lot of this sovereign citizen jargon and all that get pumped out. So I'm glad we definitely was able to go into depth again with that and give clarity. But like I said, I don't want to keep us here on and on. So we're gonna jump into these holy instructions. And I appreciate you, Jonathan, for letting me help with that refinement.
Yeah, true peace.
And next week, I'll get for sure. Next week, we're gonna get into El's Holy Qur'an. We're gonna start off with chapter 40. Chapter 40. Let me check with chapter 40 again. We're gonna re-go over chapter 40. We're gonna start from chapter 40 and just start over from there. And just keep going from there and read chapter 40 on down. But I know where we're gonna be placed at and what we're gonna get into next week. But proclaim your nationality, put it on record. Like I said, it's not a complex thing. The whole sovereign citizen thing will leave you in confusion. The whole issue, all the issues of the world, it'll leave you in confusion. So this is why we go into civics. We go into civic education, which is the study of the theoretical, political, and practical aspects of citizenship with its rights and its duties. And we get into the study of civil law and civil code and the study of government with attention to the role of us as world citizens, as citizens of these these bodies of states or civilizations or societies, whatever you want to refer to, as opposed to just how the functions of a government function. Each and every governmental structure has its own way of functioning. Each authoritarian government, republic, democratic, has its own structure. Each democratic structure is different from the next democratic structure. Each republic structure is different from the next republic structure. But we have our own here at the Moorish Science Temple of America, and it's clear the structure. It's clear with the structure that we operate on and what the structure is. It's love, true peace, freedom, and justice, and the ancient and divine creed, and those customs, whatever customs that are resonating with you. If you a Cherokee, Chief Hobby, whatever, that is your custom, and you get what I'm saying. Nobody dictates that but yourself. And if you have multiple cultures and heritages that you resonate with, then so be it, right? And that's the beauty about proclaiming your nationality and changing your status, especially from those who are considered not to have a status. We are first-class citizens here in America, and it is what it is. So with that, we get into our civic virtues, which is the cultivation of habits, which are important for the success of our community. We touched on that today, especially getting into this banking series, because we need to understand industry, we need to understand trade and how banks function, and really have a grounded perspective, and not this perspective that comes from these different movements, like the sovereign citizen movement, or people that are into the whole secure party creditor thing, and not understanding just natural business and proper legalese, and or juristic ways of looking at law. We have our civic engagement, which is also coming together as a people to address issues of public concern, which we did that during current events. We talk about the things that are happening in politics, finance, society as a whole, just in general. So as you all know, Friday is the holy day. Oh, you who know, when the cause proclaimed to supplication on Friday, the day of assembly, Hasten earnestly to the remembrance of the Heavenly Father and Divine Mother, and leave off business and traffic. That is best for you if you but knew. And when prayer is finished, then may ye disperse through the land and seek the bounty of God, and celebrate the praises of God of 10, and without stint, that ye may prosper. All chaplaincy, temple services, and meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is our holy day for all Muslims and peacemakers all over the world. This is according to Act 2 of the Divine Constitution and bylaws by the Prophet, Noble Ali, which states all temples and subordinate temples are to conduct holy day service every Friday, starting promptly at their respective time and ending promptly at their respective time. All civilians, patrons, denizens, prospects, and ministers are expected to attend the temple for the Friday Holy Day temple service and meeting. On Fridays, the Moorish American, Moorish Asians, and Moorish African Muslims and peacemakers all come together to supplicate and to illustrate that which Allah has blessed them with. The temple services are open according to divine love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. At no time will templates, adepts, ministers, patrons, or outside congregational guests be allowed to disrupt the Holy Day service, nor will civilians be admitted under the influence of alcohol or any severe intoxicants. All templates, adepts, and civilians attending the Holy Day service must have their heads covered with either a turban, fez, or kufi, or spiritual cover. Baseball caps should not be worn in the temple or during temple service. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is mandatory, and all Moorish nationals, templates, and temple denizens must promptly attend the temple service and send their children to the Sunday school gatherings. The teacher must conform himself and herself to the Temple 101's questionnaire, and let every civilian man, woman, and child exercise his or her 5 senses, who is able to do so, because out from your Sunday school comes the guiders of the nation, and now the entire global village. According to Act 5 of the additional laws by the Prophet Noble Ali, every subordinate temple should have 2 Sunday school gatherings held. The first meeting should be held 1 to 2 hours before the adult service. Children's Sunday school should be conducted by a director of the Children's Sunday School and programs. The Sunday school gathering is designed to assist the temple in learning the Temple 101 questionnaires and developing an understanding of just what these holy keys mean and how they ought to be applied to our everyday lives. The Divine Constitution and bylaws, along with the Moorish prayer, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'aan, and the civic editions or lessons of the Holy Temple of Moorish Science are also subjects of major concern for the apprentice who is trying to complete his or her mandatory requirements for pronouncing their temple civilianship and global nationality. All lessons for the adult Sunday school gathering must be prepared by a Grand Sheik, a divine minister, or an assistant Grand Sheik. Lessons called by us Novites editions may be submitted to the apprentice for completion and returned to the temple. Once the lessons are completed and graded, they must be placed in the active members temple district file. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is a wonderful opportunity to study the liturgy teachings of the prophet. No civilian is to become disruptive during the Sunday meeting. All templates must bring paper and pen to the temple service and meeting, along with the basic temple literature and assignments. No templars or patrons to eat food or other snacks during the temple service or meeting, but water is permitted. All templars must attend their holy day temple service and meeting. Both were called out for by the prophet. Both were called out for the prophet by the Prophet Noble Ali and is required as a matter of temple law. According to the Divine Constitution, Act 7 in part, all templates must promptly attend their temple services and meeting, become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and now also Moorish Science Temple of Africa, and Moorish Science Temple of Asia, and adjoining world islands on behalf of all indigenous peoples. For membership, any heads of temple of all temple jurisdictions are not to charge for naturalization or to overcharge for cards, buttons, or anything issued by and through the prophet. Those who contribute to any of the proceedings are not Moors, civilians, or patrons, but robbers. Temple nationality and membership in the Holy Temple's vast estate, what we call a public beneficiary trust, sisters and brothers, kin and kinfolk, is free, not only here, but all over the world. All kin and kinfolk desiring to become a civilian of a subordinate temple must follow these instructions from the temple secretary and acquire the application for naturalization, which can be found with your secretary or on our temple website, which we'll be getting together here soon. Like I said, we're gonna be working on getting some revenue coming from our content, and we're gonna make sure that we have a stream of income that goes into purchasing these things, and because we don't want to use the other sources of income like the smart contracts and things like that, because we want them to become performative assets, and this is the goal for us as a Nucratic society, as a people, as a divine and national Moorish movement, is to get our instruments in performative states, and and be able to, you know, really pay it forward to where things that we have to take care of as an institution and building infrastructure, it pays for itself. Islam. So the Secretary of the Temple's jurisdiction will help all newcomers by explaining the naturalization affidavit and application for membership in the Temple's vast estate, what we, like I said, what we call public beneficiary trust, to the new prospective civilian of the Temple's vast estate or public beneficiary trust, and arranging for him or her to be consulted by the Royal Council of said temple or subordinate temple. The Royal Chairman or woman will set the date for the new temple prospect to be interviewed by the Royal Council. The new temple court civilian, upon completion of the Royal Council's consultation at the newcomers gathering, Sunday school gathering on Sunday, the new templars will proclaim their temple nationality at the next upcoming holy day temple gathering. After the new civilian prospect proclaims his or her nationality, they will be given the mandatory requirements necessary to earn their free national name and royal title of nobility as a true American royal. These requirements are as follows, and in accordance with chapter 47 of the Moorish Circle 7 Holy Quran, called Egypt, the capital dominion of the Empire of Africa, chapter 25 of the Moorish Quran, called the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, the Moorish prayer, including the one-on-one Quran questions for Moorish Americans, Asians, and Africans, the divine constitution and bylaws, the additional laws, and the precepts, statutes, and ordinances from El's Holy Torah, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'aan, the Holy Tabernacle Family Guide, and also the Holy Tablets, through our Civics 101 course in the Global Interdependent School District and Sacred Halls of Learning, which is called New University by us of the Holy Temples of Moorish Science for everyone of the Global Village. Once a new civilian or template has learned these additions or lessons verbatim, or to the best of their ability, he or she will be interviewed by the Temple's Royal Council as the chaplaincy to determine if the new civilian is qualified to represent himself or herself as a faithful Moorish American, Moorish African, a Moorish Asian Muslim, or any indigenous peacemaker, and communicated to the ignorant for their instruction, and communicated to the wise for thine own improvement. Once the new civilian or template has cleared the mandatory requirements with the Royal Council, he or she will be naturalized by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister of said subordinate temple. So what I'm explaining and going through these instructions on, this is how simple it is to get involved with the Moorish Science Temple of America. You get involved. Now you have a religious clergy to do the notary for your paperwork when you go to become a world citizen. Being a world citizen, you know, as much as they want to say it's novelty, not no more at this point when it's verified by UNESCO, and we are a global citizenship school to teach people about global citizenship, and you have a global political body called World Citizens for World Government that has been acknowledged as a global polity, and we're functioning in connection with them. So it makes it easier for you to get your paperwork done and proclaim your nationality, not just as a Moor, but as a global citizen, right? And that functions in conjunction with your localized nationality and your global nationality. And you have an official way to make sure that you have representation for that on a global level. Like I said, we are in particular a global school district. You have your jurisdiction right there. Proof of another layer of the jurisdiction right there. We are a part of the UNESCO Global Citizenship School, where we teach people to get involved with that. And we're going to be doing some more. I got some more things coming eventually with that. And we're going to continue to get more deeper involved with it. But this is just the add-on. That is just the add-on to whatever it is you got going on a local, you know, on a local degree of things. So you don't have to become a global citizen, but at the same time, for people that understand our connection to each other as humanity goes deeper than these imaginary borderlines, we're connected as a people, and I want to stand with that global polity that is being developed. So
got my passport.
You got your pass. I got my world government passport. I got the world government passport.
Yep. Same
So
here.
right, so we are, ambassadors of the global polity, and you know we are part of that true nucleus. So this is, another part, another main, another main reason for how we do things is we teach people about their global polity through the Moorish Science Temple of America as a global citizenship school, about what it means to be a global citizen, even though a local citizen, and have, civic pride, right? And understand the basis of that. And then, you know, once you do your paperwork, because most people don't want to go to their local notary or have a notary that they have, have a connection with locally. You have one right here, because I'm well connected with the president for World Citizens for World Government. He know me on first name basis. So when it comes to making sure that you get an acceptable accreditation and notary from a religious institution, you have one right here that's on record with the World Citizens for World Government, with the world government. So we're gonna get into the proclamation of nationality procedure, which is the pronunciation of one's nationality that will be held on Holy Day for all civilians, denizens, Templars, peacemakers, or Muslims all over the world. During the ceremony, the new civilian and Templars will be ordained in El Bay or Day and given his or her royal peer's title of kin, honorable, lady, noble, nin, naya, prince, or princess by a grand sheik and or divine minister, and also receive his or her nationality card and button from the divine minister of the Grand Major Temple. Upon conclusion of the nationality proclamation, the grand sheik and divine minister will have the civilian, Templars, and temple prospects stand while he or she reads the authority of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It is by virtue of the Religious Corporation Act document that can be found in Herod's revised statutes that gives the Moorish Science Temple of America, Asia, and Africa the authority to restore the nationality and birthrights of the lost Asiatics of America, Asia, Africa, and all world islands, and give them the title to their vast estate and their heritage. The Grand Sheik and divine or divine minister is to read from the card and have the new national state, Allah's God, and Noble Drew Ali the Prophet. And I am Moorish, and I'm Moorish American, African, or Asian, and or world islander. This is our Moorish clarification of faith or Shahada and our national pledge of allegiance. The new civilian or templates, free national name, should then be added to the Temple's Book of Life as they enroll in the Civics 101 course and our complimentary World Civics Club, which is connected to the World Citizens for World Government. The nationality ceremony should be conducted by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister or any other Divine Minister so designated by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister in his or her time of absence, and most notably by the Assistant Grand Sheik and Divine Minister. The nationality card and naturalization application must be signed bearing the name and title of the Grand Sheik or Divine Minister who issued the application and card and the date of its issuance. The Religious Corporation Act has been deemed the Global Interdependent School District and the Incorporated and Chartered Moorish Science Temple of America, Africa, and Asia as a religious trust and theocratic government established in 1928 on August 20th. This religious trust is the true global trusteeship system for the Holy Family of Nations, forming the global nucleus. So it's a lot of work to be done. We have the school system. The link is in the Telegram for you guys to get access to it. And as we continue to build our brand, reach out, build the community that we're building, starting out on YouTube, and come back to refine the other groups that we have all across social media and the other social media platforms. There's going to be job opportunities and, humanitarian opportunities and just a boatload of things that we got going on. And, we invite our people to come get involved. There's a place for everybody, whatever your background is. We don't discriminate whether you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whatever your background is. As long as you understand that the principles and customs that you have are in conjunction with the principles of the prophet, at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. Though we do advise you give back Christianity back to to the pale skinned European nations. But at the same time, I do want to acknowledge that, uh, you know, uh, there's a difference between Christendom and what true Christianity is, with what we call Zoroastrianism, or being Colossians. So you got your Christians, then you got your Christians. And though we are those of the anointed ones, we are the world temple of Karas. And it is what it is. We're the continuation of the Egyptian church of Karas from the master teacher, Dr. Malachi El, and we letting it be known to our people, what the true way of life is for us anointed ones and us people. And we're doing that through the guise of Moorish science. And whether you want to get into your indigenous customs or whatever, long as they're in conjunction with the prophet, which is the principles of love, true peace, freedom, and justice, which every indigenous custom is in alignment with. That is really no custom that you can find that's not in alignment in conjunction with the laws of with the Holy Prophet. So with that, we're gonna get into our literature for tonight, our mandatory literature, and we're gonna close out with the Moorish prayer, and we're gonna take it on home.
Pardon the body.
Islam, go ahead.
Going back to like what was said earlier about the where two or more come together in the name.
That's
I also see, where the Karas or Karasalaha. I don't know if that's like the Krisalaha or however that's pronounced, but like words and vibrations. Like I've always got.
You say you always got what? I'm sorry, Islam. You there? You said you always got what, Islam? True peace. Can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was saying that I've looked at it as being vibrational tunings for the human anatomy, the wordings and the like Yahweh being like the in and out breath, and the Karaslaha, is like I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's kind of how I look at that as being an artist, a musician, being sensitive to sound and words and vibrations.
Yeah, the holy breath. That's right. The holy breath. That's right. It's Karas. Karast. Karas, from ancient Egypt.
Prim-
That's an ancient Egyptian way of saying
sounds.
Christ.
Yeah, primordial sounds. That's the truth about the of what Christ is should be about, and it's turned into this, Christendom.
Christendom. That's right. The the jurisdiction of Christendom. That's right. So
Go to
it's his own.
and call it a day. Yeah. Ignore
It's his
everything around.
own different. What'd you say? No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep cutting you.
you can go to church and call it a day and ignore all the challenges that are present all around you. It's like, yeah.
Right. That's right. That's right. Islam. That's right. That's right. That's right. And I'm glad you mentioned that. So like we saying, we giving the church and Christianity back to the Europeans, pale skin, and we taking back Islam. We are the peacemakers that Jesus talked about, right? In in the Bible, we are those peacemakers. We are those peacemakers. Those Muslims, those peacemakers. So we're gonna close it out for tonight, and uh we're gonna close it off for tonight with our warning from the prophet and our divine literature from the prophet. But we made some heavy points. I hope you all listen to everything that we touched on tonight. Go, like we say all the time, listen to everything that we put on record. Even the pushback, because we got to have those challenges. I need to be challenged sometime, you know, and we all got a challenge that keeps us on point. You know what I mean? And that those challenges help us to go study, go research, and make sure that, you know, things are in alignment. So when I hear something that's contradictory to what, you know, what I usually understand, I go and research. And if the, you know, they correct, I add it into my understanding for improvement, right? The wise person, you know, gets that knowledge for improvement, you know, or I come back and I help that person, uh, you know, understand. And we get that refinement like we went through tonight. So I do appreciate that, Brother Jonathan, because that's what we all need to understand is refinement and refining ourselves and working on self, right? That's the ultimate goal.
Right. Yeah,
So
not being wrong, but growth and good growth, God growth. Yeah.
good growth, divine growth. Yeah, the law of
Right.
growth, divine nature. That's a divine law of nature, is the law of growth. That's right. So with that, we're gonna jump into this warning from the prophet that's to be read in every temple meeting and temple service. This is a warning to all peacemakers and Muslims. The prophet said, I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speeches while they work in their homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your card at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where our prophet found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. True peace, Noble Ali. And with that, I have uploaded the Holy Quran Circle 7 as an audio book to our YouTube channel, as well as the oral sayings and prophecies of the prophet as well. So you guys get a chance, you can check that out on our YouTube channel. And it should be suggested as you watch through the different sermons and different content that we put on our channel. And so we're gonna jump to this last message for tonight, and we're gonna call it a night. Call it a night. Y'all could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, especially those that listen from YouTube and decide to listen to the whole sermon. You know, and go back and listen to, you know, the older sermons and see how this knowledge connects and connect the dots. There's a lot of things that'll have you, you know, going down the wrong foxhole, you know, wrong rabbit hole, you know, and you know, get you lost. There's not a battle over people's doctrines. We're not battling here over doctrine, but we do want to get our people the truth, the right knowledge, the right wisdom for the right overstanding, right? And when you got the right overstanding, right understanding, right understanding of things, you function, you do better, right? Or you should do better, you know. And if you know better, you should do better. You should do better. You should do better. That don't mean people gonna do better, because you know, like they mentioned in the class the class today, brother Ardenil Bay was talking. He mentioned how, you know, a lot of Moors been having this knowledge for 20 years. They come out of jail with it, learned it in jail, come out of jail or prison with it, and they go right back to the ways, you know, that got them in jail. Or you got a lot of Moors that know the doctrine, throw away the doctrine, live life, but know the doctrine and go live the life of the ways of the world. So if you know better, you should do better. But you know, that don't mean people are gonna do better. But you can bring a horse to the water, but that don't mean they're gonna drink it. That's why, you know, being wealthy or being poor is a choice. It's a choice. Being beneficial and mutual, it's a choice. Being parasitic, it's a choice. Whether you want to stay in that environment, stay in that mindset or not, it's all a choice. And that's the free will that you was given. That's one of the divine gifts that a lot of people ignore right there. And we should be in appreciation, you know, at all times. Appreciate the challenges that we go through. Appreciate the dumbness that people participate in. It is what it is. It gives you a chance to shine through, to express yourself, to express your natural talents, gifts, and abilities that were given to you. And with that, we're gonna jump into this message that's to be proclaimed in every temple meeting and temple service by the prophet, from the prophet Islam. The prophet said, I'm glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There's a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation, as American citizens, they're working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That's why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works, which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And with that, we got to create these multiple streams of income where the things that we're doing to help humanity and ourselves to be better, to be a better self, to be of better service to the world, our community, our families, and ourselves. We got to work together, pull each other up, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and roll with the punches. You gotta be able to take some punches. If you want to be a contender, not you don't necessarily want to be the number one, but if you want to be a contender, especially in the boxing world, you gotta be able to take some punches. That go for anything that you do. It don't matter if you playing chess, you playing basketball, you're writing books, whatever it is that you're doing to be of service to humanity, you got to go through some things. And for us as a people, as a divine and national movement, we got to provide resources. We got to provide job opportunities, and we got to provide a positive PR for us as a brand of who we are as the Moorish Science Temple of America, as a sovereign theocratic government. You see all them people in the American government when it comes to politics and political campaigning and all of that. So we got to get on the ball. We got to get on the ball and really distinguish ourselves, so that way we can pull out the reference points of history that is there, and we we set the example. The narrative start to change. The people that are hiding under frivolous opinions, they really have nowhere to hide no more, because the truth is all around you. You can't deny the truth. So with that, we're gonna close out with our prayer. I don't know if you got any last contributions, Noble, but we're gonna close out
No, that was good.
with the prayer.
It was good.
Huh?
Good.
Islam, what'd you say?
Good.
Islam, what you said?
It's all good. It's good. Yeah, that was good.
I was trying to see if you had any last contributions, anything you want to share before we close out.
No, I just was laughing at you saying the frivolous
Oh yeah,
argumentative. Yeah.
yeah. Hey, they can say whatever they want to say. The Moors ain't this, and the Moors enslaved Africans, yada yada yada. The drama narrative goes on.
Like what? I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you might as well say because Moors are African people.
I think
Negro,
that
black, and color. That's who you are. Islam, huh?
there's been a lot of distortions because of the gaps. There's no such thing as time. Also, yet we are dealing with a logically, time-based organizations for being able to function. It's like this phone and, the technology. I mean, there's watches going off everywhere, and that's multidimensional. So it's like,
Right, right.
in many regards, though, when you go into that 0 point perception, there really is no such thing as time. And so with that, there's been a lot of distortions in why things have happened in the past, and that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah.
True peace. Thank you.
Two piece. I'm with you. It's just chronological events. That's it. And being able to keep a marker of when that event happened, one after the other. Islam. I'm with you. Definitely appreciate the contribution. Like I say, you could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, Grand Sheik Dr. Lawiy, and we getting the work done. And proclaim your nationality. Get yourself with some active Moors like we're doing here. We here every week doing the work. We adding our contribution. We need more people to participate on Sunday, more people to come in and help out, be of service. But like I say, we get our image together, our PR together, so we can attract more people of intelligent minds who are looking to follow the divine purpose of things, and not get caught up in the ways of the world. And grab a hold of them people that are trying to get out of the ways of the world and pull them in by the bootstraps as well. But we're doing the work and we're going to get it done. So with that, face, know how I go, face the east, feet at a 45-degree angle, 2 fingers up, 5 fingers up. We all rise if you can. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation by night and by day through his holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. All right, y'all, we're going to close it out for tonight. Appreciate you, Brother Johnson, for going through the journey with me. And
Thank you.
we will be here next week and this Sunday. Don't catch us this Sunday, catch us next week. And y'all got the link to catch us on Telegram. This is where we at. If you listening from YouTube, and if you coming in from Clubhouse, this is where we at. We on Telegram. Click the link, jump in and join us here every week, and communicate with us. Through the week. It's a Telegram chat for us to communicate. You can type in your message or leave a voice message, however you want to do it. But with that, we about to close out. True peace. Wadu.